All right, let's see if the stream is live. Let's reset. See if we're live up in here. Can you hear me? All right, let's see if the stream is live. Let's reset. All right, sweet. We're up and running there. Let's make sure I'm up and running here on the YouTube. Alright, we're up and running there. Sweet. Do have an overlay that I'm working on to give some little insight into what's here. So I'll be turning that on once I get it done, and I'll make it much better. Pre-market started off slow, just up about 277. We'll share this in the Discord. There we go. Then we'll share this in the Twitter. Pre-market did have some news this morning. Obviously, we had the jobless reports or whatever. I don't remember what it was. Look and see how we do today. So far, we're just starting the day slow, right around 277. Just a little bit slow. All right, so let's see where we're at. Nothing, as far as we're looking at the 820 range on the NQ. It's kind of what I'm looking for. It's kind of where I'd want to be a buyer on the NQ is right around 820. The 820 handle. Oil is looking to move up. So oil, necessarily. It's about to hit kind of a new high, or not a new high. It's momentum long, so I really should be long there. But I want to see what the market does on the open. So I'll probably put in an entry right here on oil, right around 72 entries, right around 7788 and 7798. And then we'll put some protective stops in there just in case. I'll probably put 3 positions here. Put a protective stop right here. See how that works out. See we get picked up on a spike on the pre-market open, or on the market open. So that's oil. That's this chart right here. Now it's a little busy. I could probably reduce some of this by taking down. Holy crap. Why do I have so many indicators? Why do I have the initial balance? Huh. All right. Not sure why there's so many indicators there. All right, so NQ's moving up. Possibly hitting the RDA. Might be a sell, but once again, market just opened. So market just opened. Let's see what's going to go down here. Looking, for me, I want to be a buyer around 820 if it hits there. Pre-market, it's kind of what pre-market has said. We already shared. So there it is. We're in that zone. Look at trading view here. We're in that zone that I've been watching for this whole week. So this is invalid right now. We can remove this.
Order filled.
All right, so what I get picked up? I got picked up on 1 entry there on CL, maybe a little bit early. Oh, for members, if you just joined, or members, I released 2 videos last night. So if you, let me move this down a little bit. So, ooh. Hey, good morning, X Skills. Good morning. Good to see you here. All right, maybe yeah.
Order filled.
Yeah, I knew I did. I knew I entered that oil trade way too early. Should have waited for the market to kind of figure out what it wants to do before I get into this trade. So I might get out because it might continue, or I'm going to wait for it to come back to my entry, possibly do a reaction up around 78. Shouldn't have got too aggressive on that. Should have waited for the market to kind of open a little bit. I usually don't trade the first 5 minutes of the market. So see if we can. Yeah, that's a pretty big sell-off there. It's hard to see, obviously, because the opening range indicator that I use is just starting to print. So it's kind of hard to see that. Let's see if we can. It's probably going to hold here, but I don't trust it.
Order filled.
Just got out. Once again, I'm going to wait just for the market to calm down a little bit. Usually that's why I start my streams a little bit later, just because, I mean, you should have already done your pre-market. But I don't trade the first 5 to 10 minutes typically of the market, just because you want to see what it's doing. You want to get some clues on what it's trying to do. So it looks like we're at least on we're momentum and bias short on the NQ. We're long momentum, at least on the 60-minute on oil and bias. Probably with the best place to buy, actually, oil would be right around 7735 if it can get there. Or if it gets there, that's where I'd want to be a buyer. So I'll put some entries there. That's probably where I'd want to, where for sure I would expect some decent reaction. It's the RDA on the golden time frame, so that's why I'm trading that. The NQ, it's kind of calm. What do we have? Jobless claims today? I can't remember what we had. Let me look at the news. Yeah, jobless claims 8:30 already, so it already happened. What else? Let's see what the news might be. I never check the news, but let's just see what's going down. Yeah, there must not be any major news. Yeah. Okay. So we're just waiting now, waiting for the market to kind of show us what direction it wants to take. Good morning. Good morning. Good to have you here, Nathan Wall. So today, let's just focus on trading the system. The NQ did come up here. Probably do have a trade right around 11,900, maybe a little bit higher. So there's probably an opportunity to short that area up there. It's a fade. So short it down to 820 is probably what I'd be looking for. So we'll see if we can. We'll start with an initial entry right around the 909.25. Then the extreme band. I'm looking at chart 4. So for members, looking at chart 4. And then we're at the third extreme band at 951. If it gets up that high, we're probably don't want to be in that trade. So I'd watch it closely. I will put protective stops on this. So we'll put one there and we'll put one there. So, and I'll be opening up the crypto market here in a second. We'll be looking. So I'm creating an overlay for people that are maybe new, so you can kind of see what the actual, what, if you're new to kind of my charting or what I'm doing, you can at least see what, if you're new to futures too, you can look up and say, okay, he's trading Nasdaq, oil, Russell 2000, and gold futures. Up in the upper right is my open positions, and then down below is my P&L for the day. Usually start off slow. Just kind of ease my way into the market. Almost want to actually buy the NQ down here for that rise up there. So we'll get in. We'll see if we
Order
can get
filled.
in. Hopefully that wasn't a mistake. But we'll see. There we go. We are writing it up. Hopefully it'll come up. It's got a couple of momentum. Yeah, it's being a little bit stubborn as far as like wanting to actually go up. So we're going to put our stop pretty close. We get taken out, fine. We'll just start over. Yeah.
Stop filled.
So It almost wants to sell off here. This almost would be, on chart 4, this would be a place where we probably would sell. So I think we're going to put a sell right there early.
Order filled.
We'll sell here. Then we'll put our stops up here. But it might want to go up to that zone. So once again, it might just be messing around in an area that it wants to rip up.
Order filled.
Yeah. This is the last chance here. It either sells off here or not. Or it's going to rip up. So I'm on the wrong side of this trade. There we go. I'm going to get out.
Order filled.
I just don't like this behavior right now. It's not making a decision. So I'll just do quick scalps till I see the decision or the direction it wants to go. Does feel like it wants to go up.
Order filled.
So we'll see. Does seem like it wants to hit that. It does want to stay on, does not want to go lower before it goes. Feels like it wants to go up before it wants to go down.
Stop filled.
Yeah, terrible, terrible trade. All right. So let's remove all drawings. So I'll remove the overlay. I'll put it on from time to time just so people can know what's going down. Yeah, see, I'm on the right side of this trade where I think it wants to go. I think it wants to hit up here to this 913 level. Just I don't want to stick with it in the volatility that it's still trying to figure out. Guess we can do a level check right here. Can wait for a pullback and see if we get picked up here around 853. Probably going to miss that trade though. And right here. Yep, missed that trade. So the next trade we're looking on the upside. Next trade is we're looking right around the 913 level. That's kind of the next trade. Probably a little bit higher if we're actually. But if it's going to do the test up there, I mean right now it's messing around with the fast momentum on the 60 minute. The NQ. So yeah, I should have went long there. No, I should have went long there. The real test is it going to hit 924? And then if it hits 924, the NQ chart 1 here, if it hits 924, so that's kind of where I'm looking to sell. I'd like to ride it up from there, so I might see if I can get in on a deeper pullback. That would be maybe a fake pullback. So right here is kind of where I'd want to start. See if I can get picked up on a pullback here to ride it up. I just don't want to be too aggressive yet. Yeah, see that? It's pulling back deeper than I anticipate. So, and this actually is right at the momentum indicator on chart 4. So, something to watch.
Order filled.
Once again, until you get a feel for how the market's moving, it's sometimes good just to kind of start slow. Just start with some slow positions, you know, kind of build your P&L up a little bit. You can see here, that's kind of what I've done here. Didn't miss that CL trade. Let's see what the Russell's doing. The Russell's not anywhere where I want to be trading yet. There maybe is a Russell trade, probably right around here, right around 845. So we'll put an entry on the Russell right there at 845. But that's a little. The Russell's changed momentum on the 1 hour, so put in a protective stop there. 1845 is where our Russell trade is at. And we're riding this up. Decent one lot trade, riding up to $300, $400, not bad. Would have been a lot. Would have liked to be a lot heavier than that, but hey, we'll take $300, $400, right? where are we at here? We are, so gonna get knocked out of that trade.
Stop
right.
field.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's see if we can get picked up on another level check pullback in chart 2. So that's where that 18858 is a level check pullback stair step pattern. That's great. Thanks, MGAZM. Looking to get picked up there around 858, and then we'll do one more pickup down below 851. We'll put some protective stops in here just in case the market does something crazy. So that's on the NQ. That's chart 1 up there that you see there. So where we at? Didn't get picked up there. We're just at that. Yeah, it didn't. It looks like it should have picked me up, but it didn't. That's annoying. One tick away. One tick away from getting picked up there in that NQ trade. That's frustrating. I'm putting the stops. So basically what you guys don't see is that I have other charts. So the Rex Dog system, what I'm trading, we trade a 4 chart layout. I have the 4 chart layout in other screens. So I have 6 screens. And then the only way that I can stream is if I can trade my style. And I was streaming just one chart, and I don't trade that. I trade 4 tickers on my normal trading. So if I can't trade that, then I'm not going to stream. So this is the way I'm going to stream going forward.
Order filled.
And basically, you don't see the 4 chart setups, but members, if you're a member of my training, then you know the 4 chart setup. So when I'm calling the 4 charts, you know what chart I'm looking at.
Order
so
filled.
When I say chart 2, you know what chart I'm talking about. When I say chart 4, you know what chart I'm talking about. So, I'll just be completely upfront. Like, streaming was the biggest hit to my P&L, and if I can't trade my style, then I'm not going to stream. So, and I like to teach. I like to help traders. I like to do that. But I'm a trader first. I'm not. I make my income from trading. I don't make my income from being a trainer. So, like, if I was just someone that just made my income from being a trainer, then I could just not trade. But I'm a trader. I'm a trader first. So I have to trade my style. I did get in the ready on that pullback there. So I got into the Russell. You'll see that here on chart 3 here. That's my position here. So you'll see my position. I got 2 trailing stops. So where I'm putting my trailing stops is on the other charts. So you can see here, these charts, I have them set up so that I'm not trading on, but I'm putting my trailing stops or my stops on the other charts that I'm trading off of. So hopefully that answers your question. BitbinG, I think that's your name. Hopefully I got your name right. And as far as MGD, AZM, I'm using Tradeovate. Tradeovate is the platform I'm trading on right here. It's a simple platform. I think it's one of the best platforms to trade futures on. I will be moving to Sierra charts here in the near future, but Tradeovate is a pretty solid platform to trade on, especially for beginners. It's a relatively simple platform to pick up. Point and click, easy to put trailing stops, easy to put fixed stops. This Russell trade is not. It is a fade trade, so I might have to just get out of this at a loss. We'll see. Maybe give it a little bit of room, but it's really being stubborn. There was another opportunity there to add on the NQ, but just don't have, I mean, it actually did switch over here on momentum, so I probably should have added there on the NQ. But we'll see if we can add a position on the NQ. We'll not get too aggressive, and then see if we can get added on the NQ there. Right around 862.50 is kind of what I'm looking at. The Russell trade is just barely on the bubble of being profitable. Yeah, I used to trade Forex. My system, like, so with my system, I used to trade Forex. I still do trade Forex, but I just do long-term Forex. And then I trade crypto. So we'll be pulling up crypto here in KuCoin. Like I said, I'm working on, once I get KuCoin up to $500 or so, then I'll fund it with a couple $1,000s. For those that don't know, I had a bad trading day on about a week ago. Some bad trading habits that I'm still dealing with. So I'm focusing on the fundamentals of my trading, because I had some arrogance into my trading, and I started just trading bad and just trading against my system, which is kind of the dumbest thing you can do. So what I've been focusing on as of late is, okay, focus on the fundamentals. Let me get back to the fundamentals. Let me focus on trading the system. What I was basically doing is trading against my own system, which is really the stupidest thing you could do as a trader, especially when you create such an awesome system. But I needed I was at the point where I was bored, and I needed a challenge. And the market is not a place for you to exercise your challenge. The market is a place to pull capital from the market. So I don't see any trades right away. Blur might be a trade. ACH might be a trade on crypto. So we might want to try to do this one here. We look at this. This might be a trade. It'd be a fade trade, but maybe we try to get in that and see if we can make a little bit of money there. See if we can get picked up. So that's KuCoin. Like I said, like to get picked up there.
Stop filled.
Got stopped out of the Russell trade. We go here. Up about 427 for the day. We got one lot left in the Russell trade. This trade is invalid on the actual NQ. So the NQ, our next sell level, is right around 924. So that's what we're looking for. I'll be up front. If you've got, so I don't trade stocks just because, number one, I don't want to have to search for the stocks that are going to move every day. These 4 tickers that you see on the screen, they guarantee to give me 20 to 40 trades a day, these 4 tickers. Why would I want to have to get up and find out of the thousands of stocks which ones are going to move when these 4 tickers give me more than enough trades to do in a day? That's why I don't day trade stocks. Just because these tickers here give more than enough opportunity. Oil is starting to rise. You know, it's kind of weird that NQ and oil are rising together. So if you are having a challenge, I mean, one thing I would suggest for anybody that's having a challenge, maybe you're losing money every day. Well, number one, if you're losing money every day, then you probably aren't trading a system. So you probably don't have a system that you're trading. So you need to have a system, one that doesn't change. As we wait for our trade setups here. So this oil trade here right around 77.43 is invalid. So I'm going to remove that. NQ, we're waiting for the 924 level. That would be maybe an early trade. We maybe be looking at 950. But so we got to be careful there because that might be a little too aggressive. So I'm going to move that up to 930 because we do have a breakdown level there. We do have the previous, it is trying to fill the gap probably on the previous close. The previous close was right around 933. So we're probably good right around 930. My screen is dark? Okay. I'll look and see what would possibly be dark about it. I don't know. It says that I've got good connection. So I'll look at this here. Do apologize. Dark about it. I don't know. It says that I don't see on YouTube or here where it's dark. So it's not that I'm not believing you. I just on both YouTube or maybe refresh the screen. So yeah, I just refreshed and both here and YouTube. Looks good. All right, I'm not sure. My connection is solid. So yeah, I wish I would have followed that NQ up, and I did say, hey, that's where it was going. I just didn't I didn't like the behavior because I think that this push up, I think I'm looking for a big sell off down to 820. It didn't tag 820, but it did get to that range, so maybe it did what it was going to do. You know, this week's not looking too pretty for the NQ, but the week's still above the 200 mixed average. So for people that follow the 200, they're still thinking that the week is doing well, meaning that it hasn't gone below the 200 mixed average. So we do have a RDA check here on chart 4 on the NQ that it just went right through. So really it's at 930 level, which is the previous 938 was the previous close or so yesterday of the index. So that's what we're looking for here. We're still in the Russell trade. That Russell really moved. Look at that 5-minute candle there. It really moved. So I would assume the Russell's probably going for the 891 level. Might give it a little bit of room so that I can maybe ride that up a little bit more. Give it a little bit more room. Up about 455 on that. Once again, I'm starting the day slow. Just making sure that I'm feeling the system, feeling my trading. Up about 427. Then we do look at the overlay here. I'll make it look prettier. Overlay, you can see kind of what I'm trading, and it outlines a few things. So for those that are new, maybe unsure what you're looking at, that's kind of what you're looking at. I'm trading 4 different futures. So once again, if you're losing money every day, you're not trading a system. The real answer I can give is come up with one trade that you master. I know it sounds like so boring, but you need to start having wins. So you need to come up with one trade setup that you can trade, that you can start having wins underneath your belt. Once you have one trade setup, add another trade setup. Now my system, basically what you learn in my system is, yeah, I'm sorry. So, yeah. So, you know, my system is really designed to predict where reaction areas are, and then basically you trade around reaction areas. So we got knocked out of the Russell there, up about 735. Do we want to get back in the Russell? That's the question. We might want to get back in the Russell here at 1879.60. So there is a momentum check here. So if we get picked up around 1879.20, 1879.60, I'd get back in the Russell. Other than that, we'll let it just move without us. Put some protective stops down below. This chart 3 that you're seeing here. Oil moved up pretty good there. Gold moved up pretty good. Our first gold position that we're looking to short is right around 1845.7. That's kind of where we're looking to short oil or gold. So this here, you can see here I have a position here to see if it's going to reach. I almost would want to move that up a little bit more, so I will, up to 1846.3. Just playing the market a little bit safe today. Yeah. So it is half the gap. So that's the other thing I was looking for too. Is it going to do half the gap and then puke? So that's one thing that we look for on the index. Is it going to do? It's either going to fill the fill gap. It's either going to fully fill the gap, or it's going to do the gap at 50% and puke. Sometimes it does that, which is right around 1906. So that's kind of where it's failing right now. So now the question is it going to, is the NQ, so we'll do some less aggressive entries. Is the NQ going to sell off there at the 50% mark, or is it going to, that's not quite the 50%, but it's close. Or is it going to pull back, gain some strength, and go ahead? That's what we're watching for. So I'm just really just waiting. It's really what it should be called, not trading. It should be called waiting. We're kind of in the middle of a bunch of ranges, so there's no reason to be buying in the middle of a bunch of ranges. We also are about to hit the first half hour of the market, so we expect some volatility to hit around this time and the next 3 minutes or so. So next 5 minutes we expect increased volatility, usually around this time. Almost should just enter on the NQ with this rise up here. So we'll get picked up on one. See if we can get picked up on that position. Nope, didn't pick me up. NQ looks like it wants to go and retest that high. Yeah, it did not get picked up. So I'm not being aggressive enough here on these moves. Need to start being a little bit more aggressive if I want to start making some serious money today. So need to focus on that. All right, there we go. Let's see where we're going. Let's see if we got picked up on that futures trade on the crypto market, and maybe we're down. So we are up a little bit there, 288. We'll put in we'll put in a stop loss just to protect our position, and I'll watch it here in a little bit. We are targeting obviously this range here, but it does look like it has a little bit more room. So we're up so far. We'll see if we can make $10 to $12 on that trade. Once again, trading a small account. There will fund it once I kind of build it up. Once again, I'm working on a couple bad negative trading habits. I think I've got them solved, but you know, 1 or 2 days of great trading. I mean, P&L yesterday was about 29K. My nephew made about 400. So you know, I'm teaching my nephew to trade. He'll be streaming in the afternoon. I missed the Ruddy trade. That sucks. That really sucks. So we should have bought in that pullback. So now the question is it going to go up to 935, the NQ, and then is it going to pull back from there? So we're going to look for an overshoot of the 60-minute there. So chart 3, we're looking for an overshoot of the slow momentum for members. So it's one thing to look. Oh, I do want to share for members. I forgot. I didn't mention this, or I did mention this. I did release 2 videos yesterday. So members, if on the membership site, number 1, if you go to the RD and you go to the 4 chart setup. So I released the philosophy of the hour. So here, the 60-minute, the golden time frame, I released that video. And then I did a bark for someone that was having a few challenges fading. So in the barks here, we did one on fade trading without guessing. So this is about a 20-minute video where I basically break down how to find signals for fade trading. So basically, if you're guessing in fade trading, you need to wait for the first confirmation. So this video, it's about 17 minutes. I break down doing highly effective fade trades. So you're not guessing. So those were released last night. If you didn't see that, so members, you want to check that out today. The NQ is coming up. So we should have wrote it up, but I did not. We're gonna fade it up here. Now there are other area that we'd want to, if this sell doesn't work in this area around the 938 area, 975 is the next zone. So 975 would be the next zone that we'd look to sell. But we're about to get into the sell zone. We don't have a counter signal yet, but the NQ is kind of where we're looking right around this area here. So let's see what the index is doing in the 5-minute. See what the market internals are doing. So we'll look at the market internals for those that, this is an advanced strategy of looking at the market. This is something I do have in my training as well. So this nothing I share here is not anything I don't have in what I have in my training. So I don't ever trade anything, or I never show anything that, hey, is not something that I teach how to read. So for instance, this market internal chart here that you're looking at here, we're above the zero line on the up volume, down volume, declining, advancing. So that's showing us at least this move is at least above the zero line. And then big tech here actually is in a worse position because it is above the VWAP for the day, but it's below all rolling VWAPs from the last 10 days. So this would be the first area that you would expect a reaction, which we're seeing here. But this is not a strong reaction, so we're looking for this next area around 944.98. That's probably where we want to sell heavy, and that's probably the RDA on the 60-minute chart on the NQ. So, yeah, I agree with you there on NinjaTrader Shark that 927 does look up here. I mean, I'm gonna probably just do a trade here.
Order filled.
And then we'll do another one here, and then we're not gonna give it a lot of room. But it might sell off here. This is where it might sell off, but it's also being very stubborn about it.
Order filled.
So I might just get out right away when I get in profit, just because it's obviously not selling off. Maybe I just need to be patient, but I don't have a lot of patience today. Yeah. So better sell off here. It's a bad fade entry. There we go. A little bit. No.
Order filled.
That was terrible. Or that was sorry. That was a bad, it ripped up. So once again, we got no counter signal. I mean, it is starting to react here. This is where we would expect a reaction down. So our system does tell us to expect a reaction here, but that was the reaction. So it might just continue. Continue up. Let's see where we're at on the crypto trade real quick. We're up about $6 on our crypto trade. So I'd like to see a little bit more before I take half off. I'd like to at least get it up to 12, and then I'll take half off, make $6 and let the rest ride. I like to make about 15% and then take half off. That's kind of what I do on crypto. It did sell off. Look at that NQ. Damn it. Didn't stick with it. Now it's just a matter of, okay, is it going to sell off here deeper? 5-minute does have room down to here to the 892 level. Should have stuck with that. Do we have a double top there? That's the question. No, we don't. So it might be trying to do a mini head and shoulders pattern if you look at it that way. So that might be what we're seeing. But that pullback did get bought up. So that's something to kind of be mindful of. There we go. Yeah, I should have stuck with that sell. Oh, man. Well, let's buy here briefly. Right here.
Order filled.
So we do expect a reaction here, but let's not get too aggressive because it might sell off here. So buying here, we do expect a reaction on chart. This might be the sell-off. On chart 2, this would be where we'd expect a reaction, but it's not reacting right away. We did do an initial entry there, so we didn't wait for the first counter signal. So let's see where this goes. There we go. Now we would expect, we want this to hold. So on the chart 1, that's the position I'm in. Why does it not show my actual P&L? There we go. There's the P&L price line. Okay. Sorry, the P&L wasn't showing up, or I didn't have it set to show up the P&L and the price line. So there you can see my P&L in the current position. Ooh. Good morning, Brian. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks for joining us here. Ah, terrible, terrible, terrible. It's not holding up. One more chance for it to hold that level. Yeah, should have shorted.
Order filled.
Should have shorted. See if I can get at least break even and then reverse.
Order filled.
Ah, reverse too early. On the index, the 5-minute is actually at a sell-off point, but now it's just a matter of, am I on the wrong side? Is this an overshoot? That's the question. Ah, terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Order filled.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Order filled. Order filled.
Am I on the wrong side of this trade now? That's what I'm wondering.
Order filled.
Yeah, it might be. Might have to start getting aggressive here.
Order filled.
Yep, I'm on the wrong side of this trade. Damn it. Let's see if we can. I'm not quite sure yet, though. That's the problem. Because it's like on the bubble. So I might have just started early. Yeah. If it goes back up, then I'm on the wrong side of this trade. So we'll just put some trailing stops in here. We get taken out, then I just got to trade myself out of it. Don't want to give it any room. Actually, I'd give it a little bit of room, but not a lot of room. There we go. Do I want to stick with this? That's the question. Well, it did break. Okay, there we go. We're breaking. I'm out.
Order filled.
There we go. Probably still going to go down, but I was a little heavier than where I wanted to be. I'm not confident that it's not going to use this level right here at 894 to pump up. But I should have stayed with that trade a little bit longer maybe. Let's see if we can get back in on a pull back up here. So that was good. Just got a little aggressive there. Yeah. Little tricky in some of those moves. Let's see. Now,
order filled.
This is where I don't want to be too aggressive here. So it should sell off from here, or it's going to capture that. But up to about 1,092 for the day so far. Did kind of on that trade there, I did scale in kind of the right way for where it would fail. And then I got out, obviously, when the market gave me an opportunity. So that's key. You know, a lot of times you just got to know when the market gives you a chance to get out at a little bit of a profit or break even. Sometimes you just got to take it, because you can start over as long as you're not over trading or aggressive trading. So that's something to keep in mind. Yeah. So I just don't trade the ES. I just don't like the way the ES moves. And really, the thing is, the 4 tickers that you see that I trade here, one of these will move in conjunction with the ES. So I don't need to trade the ES. I just don't like the way it moves. I just, it seems to like not move as smoothly as these others do. Ah, I missed. So it did sell off on the NQ. So the question is it going to sell off deeper? Because it is a momentum check that it's failing from. So I think that it's still rising though. The buyers are still stepping up every step of the way, but they're being slapped a little bit on the way down. On the way up, I should say. Yeah.
Order
I do
filled.
watch ES, but don't trade it. All right. We're only on one lot on the NQ. Because once again, I mean, the sell-off isn't the sell's not committing, so it is selling, but it's not. There's buyers down there, so you see that there's buyers down there. It's not committing to the sell-off. Plus, this is a fade trade, so on the 5-minute, this trade is a fade trade. So we're not going to get too aggressive on a fade trade because it's fading momentum and bias. So
Order
I just
filled.
got out just because it didn't sell off. So once again, it's probably going to go back up. I mean, if it's using the 5-minute and the OR 50, then it's probably going to use that level to go back up and retest the high again. It probably wants to go up and probably wants to tag 932. Probably wants to tag 932 is what I'd look at. No other chart here is in a range where I want to buy or sell. Gold, I need to move up a little bit. So gold is starting to... So gold is probably where I want to be as the 1850. 1850 is the first sell for gold. That's the strong level on chart 4. So chart 4 is the strong level. Yeah. So, you know, when you have a system like mine, you know, where basically, so when you get adept, let's just talk generally. When you get adept at trading a system, well, then you get used to seeing your indicators and you get used to seeing the patterns. So then you can trade more than one thing because you can look at a chart in 2 seconds, you know what you're doing. So that's why I can trade 4 things because number one, I've been trading this same system since 2018, 2019. It's highly effective. But then I know exactly on each chart what I'm looking at. The setup's the same. So I can trade 4 different things because it's the same system, the same setup. I trade the same system in every market. Forex, equities, stocks, crypto. It's the same system. It works the same. Okay, so now I don't know where this is going, so I don't know. I'm going to put our stop loss. I don't want to lose any money on this. So I'm just going to put my stop loss at entry. I usually don't do that, but we're going to put our stop loss right at entry because I'm not really watching it because I'm more obviously focused on streaming. So I put my stop loss at entry. We'll see how that goes. I'll give it some room. See that NQ move? Yeah, I should have bought that. So it was going up. So, you know, the next area that we're looking for the NQ is right around well, here's the challenge. The index says that it's 932, but really the futures market says that there's another area around 977. So that's the challenge and kind of what we're facing on that. We do have, I'd say 930 is another level. But then we have, so if it gets through 930, it's probably going to go to 980, 974. So I might want to just buy a pullback here. See if we can get picked up on a pullback on the NQ. Not trading as aggressively as I usually am. Like I said, once again, I'm focusing on trading my system and then squashing a few negative habits. Slow trading
Order filled.
today. Just focus. Trading the system. Not letting bad habits filter in. All right, so we got picked up on that pullback, at least initially. Let's see if it pulls back deeper. If it pulls back deeper, then I'll do 2 more entries down below. But it does seem like it still wants to go up, the NQ. So we're in one lot on the NQ. Yeah, pulling back. It's annoying. I'm being too aggressive on the entries. So we'll see if we get picked up here. Yeah. Too aggressive on that entry. Should have waited for a deeper pullback like here. And that is actually, we got about 13 more minutes before the hour closes. So on the index, so that's something I gotta watch. So I'll put entries right here. Let this one position kind of ride out. See, they're gonna come up and yeah, I don't know. I don't see a. I think it's gonna range here for a second and try to figure out what it wants to do. So, I mean, I don't like that I'm down 245 on one lot. So we'll wait to see if the reaction zone is down below, right here, and then increase our basis and then get out of the trade. Yep. So no chasing trades today. I can tell you that much. There's no chasing trades today. And the question is this going to be the sell-off? Because that's a double check of the momentum indicator on the index. So that's kind of the question. And will this be the sell-off point? So do I just need to get out of this and just call it a loss, or will the market give me an opportunity to get out a little bit of smaller loss here? Because I don't think it's going to rise up from here. I think it's going to turn. So now I'm just waiting to see if I can get out at a decent clip here on this. Yeah, it's not going to give me an opportunity. It's going to be stubborn, isn't it? It's trying. There we go. It's trying. Now the question is, do I really want to reverse here? Or do I just want to get out? $175. There.
Order filled.
Yeah. Should have reversed. I think it's going to sell off. So.
Order filled.
Hopefully we're not on the wrong side of this sell-off and then we're burning through our P&L, but let's see. Looks like it's going to sell off. But, you know, it's kind of in a difficult, or not difficult, but it's in a, looks like it's going to sell off. Should have reversed there and not just got out. I should have just reversed that position. Check audio USDT. Okay, I'll look at audio USDT when we get to the crypto market. So I'm in a trade. I was trying to get picked up for more on this sell-off, but we'll see. We'll not be too aggressive here. There we go. Trailing the stop. Yeah, that's why I started trailing my stop, because it's at the VWAP. Might have a reaction here at the VWAP. So I just tightened my stop a little bit. Yeah, I should have been heavier here. I saw the sell-off. I know I should have been heavier here. Trading like a wimp. Not trading with conviction, I can tell you that much. Just slowly easing myself into the day. So probably get knocked out of this trade here, and then see if we can get filled for a push up here on a failure. Let's see.
Stop filled.
There we go, knocked out. Now it's just a matter of, why did it stop there? Might have been a VWAP test. If we look at the market internals to see what that can tell us. So it is failing there. It's still above the zero line. So we'll let it do a little bit of an overshoot here. kind of, this is right around the what we would expect. So my first entry is right around 892, 893. Hopefully it'll spike up there and pick me up, and then either turn there, or it'll probably go around to 904, 903, and then I've got some additional entries up there, and then it'll turn there. So we're seeing, though, I mean, it's obviously
order filled.
I mean, you'll see that the buyers are stepping up. So there's still buyers in the market. So buyers must like this level for some reason, because the buyers are stepping up. The buyers are not going away. It's pretty obvious right now. So now it's just a matter of, that's my first position. My next position, or scale in position for this sell-off, is up here at 909, 907 on the NQ. See if it gets there. Yeah, so there are buyers in the market. They're not being slapped around. So this might be a range day, where, I mean, that's holding the 50% OR. So once it changed momentum. There we go.
Order filled. Order filled.
All right. Got out at about break even. We'll see if this holds up or sells off, and then I might have to get heavy if it sells off. So that's what I'll do.
Order filled.
So I'm not. I mean, it might sell off here, but at the same time, the buyers are stepping up. So there's no committed sell off. Yeah. So I need to play the extremes more than usual. So can't really chase. I mean, it does look like it's going to sell off though, but it's not convincingly selling off. Oil is up at a level where I might want to sell, but I don't want to sell that much there. So what we'll do is we'll just see if we can sell right around here, 78.34. Look at that. It did sell off there. So the question is, do I add there?
Order filled.
Chasing the trade. But the momentum
Order
is there.
filled.
Yeah. So it needs to just sell off from here. If it sells off from here, then I'll stay in this trade. Maybe add. There we go. It's not committing to the sell-off. And really, there's buyers stepping up at every pullback, but they are getting slapped.
Order filled.
All right. You can see here the NQ is trying to hold the 50% OR. So if that breaks, then probably we'll go heavy on a short. But right now it's not breaking. It's almost like it just wants to go back up and test the higher level first before it sells off. Yeah.
Order filled.
We'll see if we can ride that up on a participation trade. So there we are. We're up about $145, $160. Let's see if we can ride that up. Up about 200. There we go. So you don't argue with the market when it wants to go somewhere. You just try to ride along. Up about $300, $400 here. See if we can get about $400 on this trade. There we go. Up about $300. Chart 1. Can it keep going without taking us out? That's the question. Come on, one more push. One more push will get us up to $500. We'll be satisfied at $500. Or we'll be satisfied at this $350, whatever you want to give us. Come on, one more push. You got it. No, we're going to be taken out. I think we're going to be taken out. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. It's playing around. It's playing little games. Doesn't want to just keep going up. There we go.
Stop filled.
Now it's going to go up as soon as it took us out. That's how it works. So there we go. It made about another $300 there. It's going to probably continue to go up now that it took us out. That's what usually happens. Takes you out, continues going up. So our next zone to sell is right around 969. That's the zone to sell. I mean, it could be 930, but actually, yeah. See, I should have gave it a little bit more room. I knew it was going to just take us out and continue up. That's what happens when you just have one position. You're just kind of babying one position. So 953 is my next level that I'm looking to sell. I might want to ride it up to that point, but so far we've been a little bit aggressive on the pullback. So I'll put in an entry at 900 and 892. See if we get picked up. If we don't get picked up, we'll just miss this trade. Fine, we're just missing this trade. Slow day for me today, obviously, just around $1,000, but I'm not trading big size yet. Part of it is too, I'll just be upfront. I just got off treatment yesterday, so my head is waterlogged. So I got chemo treatment yesterday, so I'm still have a waterlogged head and still kind of like I'm not thinking as sharply as I usually am. So, the way to reduce your risk on days like that is just reduce your size. Walking away with $1,000 is still a good day in my mind. I don't know what other people think. So why is 953 a sell-off level? Yeah, absolutely. So 953 is a sell-off level because it is an extreme band of chart 4. So that's the first area. And then the RDA on the index, that aligns with a previous strong level that we would expect a reaction. The ultimate sell-off zone is 977. So, but the 953 should have a reaction. So I think there's a good counter scalp trade there, but that's an extreme band of the RDA. So that's one of my. So the control on that is chart 4. But ultimately, we're watching the 60-minute time frame for some of these controls. 60-minute tells us that the 968, 970 area is really our ultimate area to look for super shorts. But 953 is kind of the one that we would expect at least. There's multiple zones there on different charts. There's a breakdown candle there on chart 3. So that's just above the breakdown candle open. So we expect a reaction there. So that's why for me 953 is my first kind of intermediate. But I'm not going to go heavy there. Where I would go heavy is anything above 971. 977 actually. Anything above 977 you might see me go heavy as in a short. Because that would be, it might be the 7th test of the RDA, but we would expect a reaction there. So nothing else, like I see nothing else on any other chart that like the Russell, the Ruddy, and gold. There's no other chart that really, the Russell actually on a big tick basis has a sell-off right around 891. So on chart 3, if you can see that, I'm looking to sell the Russell 2000, right around that 891 area, which in the 5-minute, that looks like a pretty good area to sell in the 5-minute as well. Probably you want to do a little bit higher too. And I'll put some protective stops in there in case it just rips up and we don't want to take too much of a loss. But the Russell there, that's what I'd be looking. That's above the opening range high and into these zones here, into these 5 minute. I mean, you'd almost want to be there. Kind of right there, right around 1892 and 1894 for a sell. Yeah, hopefully that explained it X skills. I know it's hard without seeing my 4 chart layout, but once again, I can't trade that style. So, I mean, I can't just trade one chart. So, you know, hopefully this is value for people that are watching and you're learning something. You're learning to trade. You're picking up some things, picking up the ability to be an elite trader. That's really our goal here, is to create elite traders. We will be adding probably the Bravos here today, the Bravo level for people that are. So if you haven't joined Discord, down below you'll see a link down below this video to join Discord, both on TradingView and on YouTube. Join Discord. We're going to create a new Bravo level, kind of a private Bravo level, unpaid, but for people that are looking to adopt the system, and also for people that probably should be alpha members that are in the system. Look at that NQ trade. We completely did not get picked up there. I was not aggressive enough there. It is at a. So we're about to hit the. So we did get the first hour close. No. Yeah, it's not. I'm not going to do any subscription. I hate subscriptions, so we're not going to do subscriptions. What we're going to do is we're just going to have a level of people that are interacting and engaging on the server, and then, you know, give a little bit of attention, a little bit more to people that are looking to adopt the system. But obviously, the full answer is to become an alpha. But I do see people there that are engaging, or really there's people that are they're trying to trade. And maybe for whatever reason, the training or the cost, or it's just not a fit for them yet. But we can provide at least some guidance on someone that is trying to have some wins. I see a lot of people that are struggling, and they're struggling because they're unfocused. And I think we can help provide a little bit of ability of how to focus and what you should be focusing on outside of kind of just the general. I mean, the general, we provide that as well, but there is a level where you need to have focus. If you are
Order
trying
filled.
to trade, you should be just focused on one setup, and then focus on, and then when you master that setup, do another setup. So that's kind of what will be the focus of the Bravo level. Okay, we'll see if we're gonna get. Or I did try to go long there on the NQ. Little bit of aggressive entry there because it is kind of it's near the opening range high, so it might just sell off here. So see if we can get picked up for another one, and then see if that will increase our basis. We'll be at a better level. Yeah, no subs, just on Discord, and maybe special training. So that's all. Or that's what. So, but it will depend on how much time we have today. I mean, I'm going to be streaming here, but okay. Look at that. It did not rise up. There we go. We'll just ride this, see if we can ride another one position to make another couple $100 again. Might not. It needs to hold that level. It needs to hold 922. If it does break 930, it's going up. If it breaks 923, it's going to go up. If it breaks 930, it's going up. So really, that's what we're focusing on. Otherwise, we'll be taken out here at a little bit of a loss. Still waiting for some entries to pick up on the Russell, right around 892. And then oil, we're looking for 7834 for a short. NQ kind of slowed down here a little bit. Kind of hit this little range here. So it looks like it's going to probably take us out here. Yeah.
Stop filled.
Well, that was annoying. Yeah. Well, it'll probably be something on our website, some kind of training like that. So that's kind of what we'll be adding. Yeah, special training, focused one setup. So I'll probably take one setup that is in the Rexdog trade system, and then I'll say, okay, for people that are Bravos, master this setup, and then you master that setup. At least you're. If I take one setup out of the Rexdog system, and then you can have some wins underneath your belt, you're gonna. I mean, I'll just be upfront. And then you're gonna want more setups. So, and the full system has as much setups as you want. So, but I think I can find one setup that I would recommend any new trader learn, because even if you don't adopt my system, you'll find value in the setup that I would provide in the full setup and how to trade it. So, to me, it's like it's
Order filled.
It's not just to upgrade you to the training. It's more of like, okay, here's a real setup. Even if you don't adopt my system, am I being aggressive on this entry? That any system that you use, you'll be using this setup anyways. So that's the way I'm looking at it. So we do have a check here on the chart 4. That's why I went long there, but it's early. We have no counter signal that it's holding up. That's why my stop is pretty close. Let's see where we're at on the crypto trade. The crypto trade still hasn't taken us out yet, so we'll see where that's going. NQ is not behaving the way I want it to.
Stop filled.
Just burning through P&L, and I'm doing light trading, so it's not. I do need to start getting focused. Once again, I'm kind of just off treatment, so I don't want to get too aggressive because I don't want to have to trade myself out of just a bad trade. The 5-minute is pulling back to the OR50, but the question is this going to be the sell-off? It did tag that. You know what? I think this is going to be the sell-off.
Order filled.
So I think we're going to take a little bit of risk here. I might be wrong. So, might be wrong here. Just loading up on, I think this is going to be a sell-off area. Feels like a sell-off area. We do have a couple, there's a couple counter signals, but it did hit a reaction zone, and it's reacting the way we expect. So it's just slow reaction. And we do have the first hour out the window, so that's one thing that's good. So big tech is testing the VWAP, so this is almost a bad place to entry because big tech is testing the VWAP. But if it gives up that VWAP, it's going to sell off pretty hard. So, just not to get too aggressive. I'm in 2 lots. Put another position up here. There we go. Let's see if it continues to sell off. Otherwise, I'm just going to get taken out. Because if it's going to hold this level, if it's going to hold the 898, it's going to go up. So I don't want to get too aggressive. Yeah, this is annoying as hell. This little not committing to the downside is friggin' annoying as hell. Just commit to the downside and rip down. That's all I want to see you do. There you go. You're starting to. Yeah. Buyers want to buying. I don't know why they want to buy at this level. This is a terrible area to buy. If you're a buyer, it's a terrible area to buy on any tech. Just telling you. I look at the charts and it's obvious it's a terrible area to buy. But that's just my opinion. What do I know? Oh, okay. I'll get rid of that box. Sorry. There we go. Got rid of the overlay. So friggin' annoying, dude. Yeah, I know. It's like it's number one, if you're not trading at the extremes, if you're not calling a bluff on the highs or the lows, then like once you get confirmation that like the confirmations aren't holding today. So it's like it's a little frustrating day to trade in that aspect so far. Because the best trade would have been calling the bluff up above where it sold off, because now it really should be probably going long here and not shorting it in this zone.
Order filled.
That's probably should be the trade. But we have one more area here on this chart here that it could fail at. And if it doesn't fail out here, then I'm out. So it doesn't matter. So it needs to fail right here, literally right here. Otherwise, I'll just let the trailing stops take me out. So it needs to fail right here, literally right here. This is where it needs to fail. But the buyers are being a little stubborn. They want to buy. Those little annoying buyers. Yeah, they keep buying every pullback.
Order Stop filled.
Yeah.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah. Fuck. I'm just burning through my account, and I'm not trading at size, so I'm just wasting my time. I should just not trade today. So I just don't feel up to it.
Order filled.
There's no reason for me to trade.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
All right. I'm going to do one last trade, and then otherwise I'm going to call it a day. Because I'm just not, my head's just not right.
Order filled.
I just don't have the patience for this price action today.
Order filled.
It's just getting off treatment. I just don't have the patience for it. And I just don't want to overtrade and get aggressive like I'm doing right here. Fuck you. Yeah. So I'm just going to end up getting pissed, and then I'm going to start blowing through P&L.
Order filled.
So it's either I don't trade today or I focus. Sell off. Sell off. Sell off, dude. You're going to make me mad if you don't sell off. Sell off. There you go. That's what I was waiting for. Keep selling off. Sell off, dude. There you go. Keep selling off.
Order filled.
Got out. Yeah. I just need some coffee too. That's the other thing probably. All right, I'll zoom in the charts. So I did hear you. So I should zoom in these charts so you can see it better. There we go. Does feel like it's going to sell off on the NQ. Did not get picked up on that oil trade. So the question is, do I want to go long oil here? I probably do. Right around 76.65.
Order filled.
Ooh.
Order filled. Order filled.
It really is ripping up.
Order
It
filled.
really wants to rip up. It wants to go up first. So I guess we see if we can ride it up if it's going to go up.
Order filled. Order filled.
See if we can ride it up. Use that momentum check there to go up. Should go up from here now. It should. But it's being a little bit stubborn. But it should go up from here. Give it a little bit of room. Should rib up from here. There you go. Keep going. Keep going up. Alright, now it's being stubborn around that level. Once it breaks 915, if it breaks 915, closes above 915 on chart 2, then it's going to go up. Yeah.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Oh. Fuck you, dude.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah. Just doing stupid trades, so, you know, my P&L's back down to $200. Once again, I probably end that zone where I probably shouldn't be trading just because of my mind or my head. Just need coffee. So, well, let's see if that can ride up. See if hopefully we don't get taken out on that. And then we can ride those up. Everything's in profit, or my trailing stops are above my entry. But with the volatility, I might just get knocked out here. So, you know. There we go. Keep going up. There we go. Let's give it a little bit more room on one of these. Maybe our little 3-lot position here. Unless it's going to take us out here. Yeah. There we go. It's probably going to tag the 50 or the opening range high is probably what it's trying to do. So we'll see if it does that. One more impulse up would be nice. Up to the 925 level. Takes out the 925 level. It's probably going to keep going if it takes that out. I mean, it's really, I don't know. It's just being stubborn with it. Or it's not really being stubborn. It's just the movement of today. It's just how the market's moving today. It's probably in an uncertain area on the lower end. So it's just being uncertain. Like I said, this isn't a great place for buyers to buy. It's in the middle of a range and you got no answer whether or not things are going to hold up. So, you know, from a long-term buyer perspective, you're buying at a terrible area. You really are. Yeah. Ah, look at that. Got knocked out. Yeah, of course it knocked us out of 2 positions as it's going to go back up. I'm going to give this plenty of room then. I'm going to try to maximize this position. I'm just going to give you plenty of room. Just keep going. That is good news. So Nothing else piques my interest here. Nothing else is at an area where, yeah, look at that. Knew I should have stayed in those three. Try to give it a little bit more room. Look at that rip up. All right, so now we're still focusing on our, I think we need to focus on the 979, 982 area. I think that's where we focus. I think we let it get up there, then we sell heavy up there. That's where then we're going to probably make our P&L for the day. Yeah, just need some coffee, so I might go get some coffee. But my head is feeling a little waterlogged, so I'm kind of a little slow today. Oh, look at that. Of course, it's going to stall there. You have the reaction at the 50% or the 100 at the OR high. So you expect that reaction there. And then on the 5-minute, if we look on chart 1, if you look and see in chart 1, where's my mouse, dude? Come on. There we go. Chart 1 here, we got the other 50, we got the other opening range high here, or low. And then we've got a bunch of zones here right around this 982 area. So that's kind of where I want to start selling, around that 982 area, if it gets up there. As we expect, we do expect a reaction at the opening range high. Probably be taken out here for, oh, we'll see. Ideally that level holds, or ideally it breaks that level and it keeps going. That's what we want to see in our current position, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. Is chopped today. And a few zones, a little bit more than usual. Usually it's a little bit more of a, but it is trying to break through the 60-minute slow momentum indicator on the NQ. So that's something to watch. And then the next indicator is the RDA at 982. So really trading the system, we really should be long probably up to that zone. And based on the price action here, if we were to get long again, probably wouldn't want to get a long again until right around below my current entry. So right around 902. I would expect it's another strong level. So really it's maybe a strong level test right around the 900 level. Is what I would be looking for. And then if it pulls back that far. So that's my next entries. Just be less aggressive today. Part of it is my mindset or my mind, and the other part is just the market and how it's trading. There we go, holding up. I'm going to probably go make some coffee. So I might be quiet here in a little bit, or a few minutes. Once again, if you just join Discord down below. We're trading 4 tickers. NQCL, Ruddy, the Russell 2000, and Gold GC. And right now we're only up $347 for the day, which is a relatively small day for me. But I just got off of treatment, so my head's kind of waterlogged. It's the best way I can describe it. I feel like I have like water in my head, so my head just feels heavy. So, you know, if I do trade these days, which I usually do, then I just reduce my size and just make a couple $1,000s. So, you know, I don't try to get, when I do see a good opportunity in a trade, I will get heavy, but I don't see any good opportunities yet until the higher level. The 982 level is going to be a test that we're going to really watch. So if it gets up there, I would want to sell that pretty heavy. You can see there it's trying to break through the opening range high, trying to go to the next opening range from the previous day. I'm probably going to tighten my stop here just because I want to just maximize some of the profit. So I tighten the stop there. I want to get back above, I mean, I really don't care because I'm not looking, I don't really look at my P&L, but I'd like to get back above 1,000 and stop going below 1,000. Ideally, that's what I'd like to do. But if the trades don't exist, the trades don't exist. Or at least if I don't see them. There we go. We're
Stop
out.
filled.
Okay. Now it's just a matter of, is it going to pull back? You know, what I would probably do here is I probably would ordinarily sell here. So I'm going to do that. So I ordinarily would sell here based on the price action that I see. So let's do that. Let's see if that holds up. I'm not going to give it a lot of room, but I ordinarily would sell here just based on the price action that I see. But it's being pretty stubborn as far as the buyers. I'd add one more position here.
Order filled.
Then I'd have 2 trailing stops, and then I'd expect to sell off down to at least 915. That's what I typically expect.
Stop filled.
Oh man, stop me out, you little jerk.
Stop filled.
What is Comics Rule 589? Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll get into that. So, I mean, I'm not today, but yeah. Yeah, I just need some coffee, you're right. So I will go get some coffee. Ah, see, the sell-off is going to happen. I can feel it. But it's at a momentum check on chart 2, so I don't want to sell there. Being very stubborn on the sell-offs. Well, on the rise up too. Call the bluff on this move up. So we'll play the extreme. We'll say that this breakout is going to be a false breakout. So we'll call the bluff on this breakout here. Hopefully we won't be wrong. We'll see. Going to try to break the OR 50. OR high, sorry. OR high.
Order filled.
See if we're too early there. Might be too early. Might just rip up from here. Nope. Looks like it's going to rip down maybe. But we got a lot of momentum indicators for it to actually check on and to find support. So we'll give it a little bit of room to bounce around. Hopefully it'll sell off down to the 905, 901 level. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. Let's just put our stop loss right around the entry point, so if it does bounce, we're not going to lose a lot. Just ride one little lot down to hopefully 901 to 898 maybe. See if we can do that. There we go. Starting to get in profit. Up about $130. Still haven't broke 1,000. You're annoying me today, chart. All 4 of you.
Stop filled.
Oh, see what you're doing to me? Look at that. Just not, yeah. Yeah, it wants to go up. So our next level really is 982. That's our next level. Does not want to sell off. So fine, don't sell off. So I don't think I'm going to get picked up down here at this lower level. So, I mean, that might be an overshoot. So that might have been the sell-off point. So let's
order filled.
Not get too aggressive. But let's see if we can maybe catch a ride down here. Because maybe it did just, maybe that was the false break that we should have sold. It might have been the false break that we should have sold. Probably should have sold up there. Yeah. But now we'll see if it's going to do the 900 move. So that's what I'm looking for. Is it going to go down to 900 and then we're going to go long? or is it going to continue? So I might use this area right here at 920 to find support. There we go. So now we're looking around that double tap at 900 to go long. We're going to be taken out.
Stop filled.
Sucks. Is what it is. Just doing a little scalping here and there. I should have sold that pop. That's what I should have done. Like I said before, I was calling the bluff. I should have called the bluff up there. That's where I should have sold. I did it first, but that wasn't the pop to sell. The pop where it did go up here, that was the one to sell. Now this next one isn't the one to sell because it's actually found support where we'd expect it to find support on chart 2. So members, chart 2 is what I'm watching. Chart 2 is the control for all my trades. We're using chart 3 for our sell around 980. That's our sell. Yeah. Well. Yeah, you're right. No trade zone. Burn, you're right. No trade zone. We're in this no trade zone. I mean, we're in this no trade zone, but it could be a quick scalp because we do have a failure there. So we'll see if we can get picked up. Yeah. No, you're right. It probably I don't look at the point of control anymore, but it, like you just shared, it's the point of control on some charts. So when you're at the point of control, you don't know which way it's going to go on the point of control. It does look like it's going to sell off here, though. So it does look like it's going to hit our original 900 area that I was expecting. But I'm not going to chase the trade. I've already gotten in trouble doing that a couple times today. So why do that? Why chase the trade? So let's see how we do. Only up 691 today. Yeah, I should have been part of this trade. Let's see. Don't want to get too aggressive, but I will. We'll see if we can maybe, yeah, it's going to go down to the 900 level. That's where it's going. Which matches the 5-minute, what we would expect. Now, we don't want to see it test the 50. If you want it to continue to go up, you really don't want to see it test. If it does test the 50% OR, you want it to be a quick tap, like a love tap. And then basically it goes up from there. So
order filled.
we are short. Did I short in the wrong area once again? That's the question. So we'll give it a little bit of room here to pick up our other position and then probably take us out at a loss. Once again, I'm probably
order filled.
Yeah,
Stop filled.
I'm being
Stop
a dumbass.
filled.
That's what I'm doing. Fucking A. I just should stop trading today. I'm doing stupid trades. So if I'm doing stupid trades, I probably shouldn't trade. That's probably the answer. Well, we're up in that trade a little bit at least. I still think it's going to do the 900 test. So I'm still convinced it's going to do that, but the more that it keeps going up. Yeah, me too. Once again, I'm a trader, but sometimes knowing when not to trade is probably the best thing. I say that all the time. So
order filled.
there we go. I think it's going to sell off to that level. Maybe not. There we go. That's the type of volatility I want to see there. Now it needs to continue downward. The volatility can't pick up on the upside. Yeah. It's just being stubborn at every level. And maybe I'm just wrong for looking at the short side here, obviously. I'm expecting an 899 test. That's what I'm looking for. These are invalid now. Just needs one red candle to commit, and then it will sell off. Just one red candle there to commit, then it'll sell off. There we go. That's the first one. Now commit to that and sell off. There you go. Commit to that and sell off. Just need to commit to that. There you go. Commit. It's not committing. What a jerk. There it goes. Now it just needs to lose that level. If it loses 1920, it's going down. Yeah. Same here. All right. Now if it loses 1920, closes below that, it's going down. If it loses 1915, it's going down more. Needs to close below that. There we go. Keep going. And then we're looking for that 899 test. That's what we're looking for. Looking for the 899 test. Keep going. Maybe even a little bit below that based on what it's doing. 897 possibly. Keep going. Next level, next stall zone is probably 905. Keep going. Okay, break that, and then it'll come down here to the 896 level. That's what we're looking for. Or it's going to take us out here. It's at a stall zone. Okay, now the next stall zone is 904 or 75. Let's see. Nah, it's stalling right here. It's going to take me out of that trade, isn't it? Oh, jerk. Sell off. I'd like to get back up above a G. Get back up above 1,000, then I'll feel complete. You complete me. Is that line? There we go. Yeah, looks great. Ah, it's stalling there. See, it's stalling where it's not where we don't want it to stall. Don't want it to stall there.
Stop field.
Really, 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 really annoying sell off there.
Stop field.
Friggin' annoying as hell. Gonna look for another sell up here. I mean, it still wants to go up, so maybe this is a little aggressive, but I still think it wants to tap the 897. Just doesn't want to get there directly. Wants to play around. Wants to play a little game. I'll play its little game. Now that I understand what it's doing, it's probably going to sell off from here down. It either picks me up at 929, right around there. It either picks me up at 929, 927, and it sells off, or I wait for the 897 test. Yeah. YM139, yeah. the Russell's almost at my entry to pick me up. Ah, see, it did sell off there. I knew it was going to do that thing. So now, you know, I didn't want to get too aggressive on that entry there. So it did sell off. So now it's just waiting for this 897 area if it's gonna do something there. Yeah, see, I was right. I didn't rebuy or resell there. That sucks. Would have been a nice trade to be part of. Just didn't want to get too aggressive. So these pullbacks, we'll see if these hold up. I mean, it's kind of a standard pullback here, right to 894 or so. So we'll see if it pulls back there. And, you know, no other trade is kind of on the table right now. I should have been in this sell here, but I didn't get aggressively in it. Plus, it's really spiking on the buyer side, so it might just spike down. So I'm okay with this first entry here, but I don't want to get too aggressive there. So you can see that here. This is the reaction from the opening range high. Still the reaction. So that's where we're at. Where are we at on this? This is being stubborn too, but it's on the 1 hour. So now it's maybe at a zone. So there we go. Let's see if we can find something else. Someone did mention another coin. What did you mention? It was sorry, I wasn't paying attention, or I'm just kind of slow today. Audio perpetual. Actually, I own this. I own some of this audio. Ooh, 4 hours at an interesting spot. I almost want to sell that, but it might be an early sell. Where's the daily at? Ooh, the daily might be selling off, but it is at a key level here. So you probably want to buy around 2974. So I'll put a buy around 2974. And then I'll watch it. So I put a buy around 2974 on that. On audio. See if we get picked up there. So that's where I'd want to buy. I'm also looking at it on another chart too. So I didn't just look at it on this chart.
Order filled.
What do we get picked up on? Got picked up on the Russell. So Russell's at the initial area we would want to see maybe a sell-off. It's at the RDA on chart 4. And then it's got another RDA check around 895 on the golden time frame, chart 3. So that's kind of what we're trading at. We're going to give it a little bit of room to kind of scale in. So we're going to scale into that Russell trade. So we'll give it a little bit of room for us to scale in. That's this chart right here, chart 3. So that's kind of our scale in plan right there. Give it a little bit of room to scale in. Put a protective stop at 5 up above, just in case it rips up. We don't want to be in too much of a loss. Yeah, yeah. One of these streams when my head is not waterlogged. Didn't I just type in there? Didn't I just type that? Am I going crazy? Yes. One of these streams when head is straight. Oh, maybe it is doing that and I just can't see it because I'm not reloading. All right. So we've got the CL trade too that we're looking to short there. So I know I have a lot of shorts, but those are zones where we expect reactions. The NQ didn't quite come down as far as it didn't come down to our level around 899, so I missed that trade. So the NQ didn't play out. Don't really want to be long. I guess I could probably try to be long here around 912 if it does pull back, and then do one lot there. We're waiting for the Russell or the Russell to kind of maybe come up and pick us up in a couple more positions, and then and if it does pick us up on a couple more positions, we would like to see an immediate sell-off. That's what we would like to see if it does pick us up on those positions. Otherwise, we're just in one right now. We haven't got the counter signal to trade it yet. So until we get the counter signal, we're just guessing. You know, so the Rexstock trade system tells you where to see reactions. It tells you where to predict for reactions, but just knowing that there's a reaction there isn't good enough. You need a counter signal to kind of go heavy on that trade. So a lot of times you'll see me enter an area and you'll say, okay, why is he entering there? Well, because I'm predicting the reactions, because the Rexstock system tells you where the reactions happen. But I'm not heavy because I haven't got the counter signal to say that that reaction is actually going to hold, or that reaction is going to react decent there. Now, when I do get that counter signal, when I get the official signal that the reaction's on, then I size up. That's when you typically see me size up. So that's how to trade, or that's how to trade our system that we trade.
Order filled.
Is you wait for confirmations. And then what do we get picked up on? We got picked up on CL there. So we'll let CL see. We'll give it a little bit of room, but not much room. So we got picked up on one lot on CL on an early initial entry on a reaction zone. So you'll see there up here we're about $40 in profit in CL and $85 in the Russell. I'm going to protect this position on the Russell just because we've got our positions up above, but you know, we're in one lot. So we're just babying one lot positions here. Part of it is because of where my head's at. I just don't want to trade heavy. I don't want to get upset, put it that way. I don't, with my mind right now, if I get to negative P&L, then I'm going to start trading aggressively, and I don't want to fall into a bad habit where I was trading before. So I'm still trading because I'm a trader, but I'm reduced. My sizes are real small just because of my head, where my mind is at. It's just from treatment. I'm a day off treatment, so I'm still trading because otherwise I'd be trading anyways. I'm just sharing to everybody what I'd be doing anyways. I'd either be writing or I'd be trading. So I'd be doing it anyways. So I'm not streaming just because I feel an obligation to, I don't mind streaming, but I'd be trading anyways. I'm just telling you that now. So I'm not doing anything out of the norm, put it that way. I'd be trading regardless because I'm a trader and that's what I do when the markets are open if I feel like it. Or I'd be writing, or I'd be working on another passion that I have, but I'd be doing something. I wouldn't be just sitting around watching Netflix. I just don't. I do that from time to time, but I wouldn't be doing that today.
Filled.
And we got knocked out of the CL trade, the oil trade, which is fine because that was an early trade, early signal. So we did make some profit there on that. We're still up about 145 in the Russell trade, so we'll see if that knocks us out. Once again, I've got the counter signal on there, but the counter signal isn't exactly, the counter signal hasn't hit that reaction area at 892 is going to hold. So I would almost wait for a double test of that 892 area, and then I might go back in on the Russell, on the RTY that you see above. What else? So we are maybe going to get to our spot that we were looking for on the NQ, our double tap here. So really like 897 is where we're going to start an entry. So we'll do a couple entries there. That would be early. So we're not quite in guess mode. but we're in an area where we're early there. 895 long fade NQ. Oil's not committing to selling off. Plus, it's in the 1 hour chart. The best place to sell is 79.50. So, really, with oil, we're not going to look at being serious sellers till 79.50. So, oil's got a ways to go. In some ways, we should ride oil up. We should ride the black gold up. So maybe we'll look to do that. Maybe we'll look to get long here on oil.
Order filled.
There we go. So I'll put 3 positions in oil. Put a fixed stop. Put a fixed stop down below. Maybe we'll get picked up. Oh, there we go. Oil's starting to move. Russell's starting to, probably going to knock us out of this position. The RTY. Oil didn't move up. I could put a trailing stop there just so that we don't take a loss on that trade. So I'll do that. Put a trailing stop on oil now that we're in profit. Might as well let it move up. Give it a little bit of room, but also don't want to take a loss on it now that we're in profit. So here we go. Oil's up about 170. We're about up on 170 on the ruddy. Ruddy's about to hit a reaction zone on chart 2, right around 1888, 1889. So we'd expect some kind of movement there. Maybe we're going to get picked up on the NQ right around 897, 895. We would expect a reaction there. That is below the RDA. We do have to watch out for maybe a test of the 50% OR, so 88 is probably where we would need to think about possibly scaling into. So let's not get too aggressive. Just because the way the market's been moving today, we don't want to get too aggressive. So there we are. Oil is probably going to pull back and take us out. I can just see it doing that because that's the way oil acts sometimes. But that was kind of just I caught the move just before it ripped up, or not ripped up, just before it did impulse up above those highs. So, you know, it might pull back a little bit deeper to kind of do a pullback to check to see if it wants to continue up. So I can just re-add on that pullback if it does that. So it looks like we might be close to getting picked up on the NQ. I'm going to pull it back to about 1895. If the Russell breaks 1888, if it continues to break, it's probably going to go down to, it probably has room down to 1883, the Russell. So at least that's going to be the first zone that it's going to have at least a decent upside reaction is there. So that's what I would look for. Trying to color code my charts. And for some reason, these charts didn't save the other day. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to my setup. I'm really upset about that whole situation. We'll color code CL to be gold, because that's what it is. So you can start seeing some of my levels on the 5-minute charts. So you'll see I drew a level there. That was a level on the NQ. So that's kind of an overview of everything. See my position, see my open P&L, see what I'm trading. I'll make the overlay much more pretty when I have the energy. So we're just waiting for NQ 890 to 895 area to go long. We probably could sell that down. Probably going to get knocked out of the CL trade because, once again, like I said, I just caught it on the rip up, but it does look like it's going to maybe pull back a little bit here and take us out. which is fine. I'd prefer to be taken out instead of like scaling in, because I don't have high confidence
Order
that
filled.
area is going to hold. All right, we got picked up on our first NQ trade here on the long side. Hopefully it's not going to continue to rip down. That's the question. So, because we're kind of guessing at that area. We haven't got the counter signal yet. And then we got the opening range down below. Yeah, so it's going to...
Stop filled.
Yeah, it tapped the opening range. We got knocked out of the CL trade for profit a little bit.
Order filled.
So the NQ is we should have waited for that 50% OR test where it's at right now. That's really what we should have waited for, instead of going a little bit early. So we'll see here. Is it going to react? We do expect a reaction there, but we're early. We haven't got the counter signal yet.
Order filled. Order filled.
Just got out. It was a fade trade, so gave me an opportunity to get out at a decent clip, or at least break even or a little bit of profit. So I took it just because we're being a little aggressive there. Russell's continuing to sell off. It is hitting a zone. So the next zone that it has is, like I said, 882 is where I probably would get out of that trade. So we do have another level down here that we need to watch here. So this is kind of where I would... The 883 is kind of where I have a little bit more confidence about the NQ finding buy side support. Right around there, that 879 area, that's actually where I have a lot of confidence based on our system. Based on the Rexdog system, chart 4 tells us that there's probably an opportunity to trade if it gets down to 877 long. So chart 4 is telling us that there's a strong level there. So for members, chart 4 is the control for the NQ long trade. Chart 4 is the control. Let's see what our little... We did not get picked up on this trade yet. We might be getting picked up here on this audio trade. We'll see if we get picked up there. Hopefully it doesn't rip it down too far and we have to take a loss, but we'll see.
Stop filled.
Did get stopped out of the Russell. So the Russell did come up, stop us out. So we are up to 904 now in P&L. So almost selling up here on the NQ right around 903 using chart 2. It's probably what I'm going to start to try to do. And then hopefully it won't rip up too much. So it won't be too aggressive. Let's use that level there. So, you know, it didn't tag the 50% OR, but it does have another, you know, that 1880 level is kind of where the downside target would be. So that's what I'd be looking for. So now it's just waiting. Do we have the coffee down here? I should bring the coffee maker back down here. That way I could just make it down here. I used to have it down here. Or I just buy another coffee maker. I should just buy another coffee maker. Let me go find another coffee maker I can buy. I want a new coffee maker. So let's see if I can find a decent coffee maker. I'll just buy one, keep that one upstairs, and then let this one sit down here. So I gotta buy one. Anyways, I'm talking out loud for no reason. The nephew's sleeping. I don't know if he had a rough night or he's up looking at charts. Who knows? Anybody have any recommendations for a coffee maker? A decent coffee maker? Like something that would just like, I'm talking about like can make 10 cups, you know. I don't want to do the Keurig thing, so not the Keurig thing. I use grinded coffee. I buy good coffee. So anybody has a recommendation of a good coffee, drip coffee maker, I'm all for it. Look at that. I should have sold that. Did not get aggressive enough on the NQ. Now we are looking at this 877 level. That's what we're looking for. Yeah. Oh, I should have sold that. You know, back up here when I said, hey, it's going to go down to the 885, I'm waiting for that. On a normal day, my normal conviction, I would have sold that. But, so, I'm just not trading with my full conviction. Yeah, around 830. Yes, that's kind of what I'm looking for. It's slowly going down there. You know, it did, if you do look at the 60-minute, it, you know, once again, you trade the system, it works. So the 60-minute gave you the clue of that reaction zone right around 927. The second that 927 didn't hold, it should have just been a seller. That should have been just obvious. So I missed the CL reentry, and then the Russell. You know, it's holding at the level that we would expect. But like I said, it did have room down to the 883, so I don't know if it's going to get down there. But all of these are invalid in the Russell right now. So now we just need to figure out where our next... Well, on the Russell, probably where I would want to enter is probably right around there. So if it does get down to 884, I would want to enter down there. So that, if it does get there, that would be an entry zone for me. So I'll put 2 protective stops down there. Just start with 2 positions for now. So this is the chart 4 that you see on the screen, the Russell. Just getting prepared for a deeper sell-off. And we're still waiting for a tag around 877 for the NQ. We should have traded that down there, but we missed the trade, so not going to chase the trade. Got in trouble early chasing the trades a little bit today. Plus, like I said, I'm a little slow. But it is slow trekking down. So you do have this low here on the 5-minute, which is obvious at 872. So that's something to watch. That's an obvious low. We do have CL pulling back to maybe the opening range. So maybe CL is a buy, like right here. Like CL might be a buy at 78.23 and 78.17. And then put a protective stop there for 3. I'll do one more position. I'll do one more position there. And then probably right in the middle. Well, I don't like that zone. It's this level right here. It's this level right here. It's literally right here. All right. So we'll see on that CL, it is pulling back a little bit. So it's going to test the OR high, what it's trying to do right now. But then it does have the RDA here and then the slow momentum indicator. So we'll see if we can get picked up there on CL. Russell, waiting for a pickup further down. We were in there, but we got knocked out on a trailing stop. Gold, you know, gold is just not in a great spot for trading gold. I mean, it is clear long. So I guess one position would be right there to go long based on what the system's telling us. So what the system's telling us is that would be where the pullback would happen, and then Obviously, we have another position right here, and then we would put a protective stop right around here. That's kind of where we're at. Let's see if we got picked up on our crypto trade. We did get picked up initially on this crypto trade. This one's pulling back, this ACH. So it's almost like we want to just be out of that trade because it's pulling back. And then here, audio, let's go back to audio. And then let's look at the 5 minute. They pull up another chart. Yeah, we got a little aggressive on that entry. So let's see what the day looks like. Yeah, got a little aggressive on that entry. So let's do another 25%. Let's do right here, 25%. See if we get picked up there, and then trade ourselves out of that. Yeah. Not in any trades right now. Did not get picked up on that pullback on CL. We're waiting for the NQ to pull back a little bit further to kind of get a better trade entry there. Just being very patient today. So, you know, I wasn't patient earlier. So that kind of, I needed to be a little bit more patient earlier here in the day. NQ does look like it's trying to actually, I should have bought that pullback on oil. I did see it. I was like, that looks like it's going to rip up from here. These are invalid now. These entries are invalid. Should have bought that. Should have got a little aggressive there on oil because it was a check. Just not trading with conviction today. But we are looking at this zone up here on oil. Right here. This 79.46 is where we'd want to sell. So we're going to get an opportunity, but do we want to chase it up there is the question. We'll do that a little bit. See if we can get picked up on a pullback here. Minor pullback. Should have just bought that pullback there earlier. NQ, now is it going to sell off here? We'll see.
Order filled.
So we'll see if we can ride that back down to the 8-9. So I did enter an NQ trade short. Give it a little bit of room, but not much room. So it's deciding if it wants to sell off there.
Order filled.
Got picked up on the CL trade. Gonna not be so aggressive on that. But this next level should hold if it's going to continue to go up. Obviously, if CL sells off, NQ might go up. So that's something to watch. We're just going to get one lot on this NQ trade. Is that what we're going to get? Looks like it. Looks like we're only going to get one lot on that thing. Yeah. I don't want to go negative, so I'm just going to give a little bit of room here. And then see if it'll sell off from there. Maybe it's going to double tap the RDA. Really stupid. It's really annoying. Oh, there it is. Being very annoying. There we go. Sell off. Tap this 879 level or so. Oil's kind of deciding whether or not it wants to tap the next level down, or does it want to. So we won't give it much room because we got entries down below. Oh, seriously? You're going to stop there? The NQ is going to stop there. Seriously. What a dumb place to stop. That's a stupid place for it to stop. Why the hell would it stop right there? That's like, there's nothing, there's no reason for it to stop right there. What a dumb place to, I guess it is a VWAP. Yeah, it is, you're right. Okay, so it's a VWAP test. It's still a stupid place for it to stop because it wants to go lower. Now we are below the VWAP on big tech. So
stop filled.
Got stopped out of the gold trade, or no, the oil trade, sorry. Oil. So like I said, if it was going to sell off, it's going to go deeper like it did before. So I wanted to be out of that just at kind of at least near break even or a little bit of a profit. So still wait. It's not going to, has no reason to stop there. It needs to keep going down, the NQ. You need to keep going down. You don't want to stop there. There's no reason to stop there. But obviously you want to. So whatever. Do you. You do you. I think you want to tag this 877 level lower, but we'll see. That's holding up. What an annoying little trade. Such an annoying little trade. What an annoying little trade. I agree, it does need to go down. What an annoying little trade there. It's going to take me out for like 30 bucks. Yeah, annoying little trade. Should have just got out. I'll give it a chance to sell off again. That's what happens when you just have one lot. You know, you're just kind of waiting for it to maximize a profit. When you don't trade in threes, well, then you're not taking profit along the way. So you're just like holding one lot for like maximum, you know, for the maximum range that you're going to get out of it. So it's just kind of annoying when that happens. There we go. Maybe it will continue to sell off. Almost took me out.
Filled.
Okay, got picked up on the oil trade there. Let's see if this actually holds. I'm just going to give it a little bit of room here. So, see if I get picked up on the second one. But this is an RDA check. So, I'm going to tighten up my stop here on this because this is just plain stupid games.
Order filled.
So,
stop filled.
Of course.
Stop filled.
Yeah, I got stopped out of the NQ. Fine, I'll just sell it up here if it gets up here. The NQ gets up here, I'll sell it up here. It's being a little bit stubborn with its whole situation. Oil's pulling back a little bit further than I anticipated, so we'll see if I can get picked up right around 78.10. Which is not quite where I want to be picked up. Kind of want to probably be picked up around 78.05. 78.05 I'd be a little bit more comfortable being picked up on. Yeah, it no more needs to go down as it needs to go up. No, I'm just playing around really. I mean, I don't know what the hell it wants to do. I mean, it's a day today. It's very much indecisive day so far, you know. So it's an inside, well, it's not an inside bar day, but it's trying to maintain on the index. It's trying to maintain obviously a green day, but the level I really want to see it hit is this 815 level, and then see what happens from there. That's the level I really want to see it hit, but you know, it's not cooperating yet to get there. But that's the level I want, because that's the level that when I look at the chart, I'm saying, okay, that's the one that has a level of importance to me as far as the higher time frame to see how it reacts there. So that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, it's kind of an odd day for trading because you just gotta, you can't be aggressive. I mean, you can be aggressive, but you got to be aggressive at the right spots. And like by the time you realize, like that's the thing, you're about an hour and a half into trading before you realize how you have to trade the day, or you pick up on it early. So it's kind of one of those days where that's why I've been, number one, just my mind, but also just trading lower size just because, well, the day is showing you right away, or not. It was obvious within the first half hour that I wasn't in sync with exactly how or how I should be trading the day. The system was holding up, though. I mean, everything in the system was holding up. Actually, the trade that I missed that I should have stuck with was the short at 927 on the NQ. When the NQ lost 927 up here, right up here, when it lost 927 up here, which is right around the opening range on this red candle here, I should have been just shorting and calling the bluff on the market and riding it all the way down to here. That's what I should have been doing, because that's what my system said to do, based on the 60-minute chart. So the 60-minute chart was the control, and if I would have just believed the 60-minute chart and traded that, I would have had a really good effective trade there. But I was too focused on kind of the other charts and seeing what they were doing comparatively. Did not get picked up on this oil trade either. I got too aggressive on that entry. So I should have really, like I said, I should have used the control of the 60-minute chart, you know. But I'd say this is not a bad trading day for someone that just got off chemo treatment yesterday, you know, and is trying to recover from chemo treatment. So this, I would say, all in all, I'm probably not trading that bad. I don't know. I don't know anybody else that's trading that just got chemo treatment, so it's hard for me to say. Russell did rip up there. So Russell did find some support there. So the question is, like, is there room on the Russell trade here to buy here?
Order filled.
We'll see. We're fitting to find out. We're fitting to find out if the Russell has a little bit more room to move up, or is it going to sell off here with the NQ? Yeah, you know, the treatments are working well. I'm responding well. I feel healthy other than when I get treatment. So, you know, I do have pain every day, but that's from my surgery. So, you know, I've had major surgery, so I'm used to having pain every day, but that pain's manageable, or it's just there, I guess I could say. I have nerve damage too, so I'm used to that. But, you know, when I get treatment every 2 weeks, there's like a 3 or 4 day period there where each treatment cycle, I don't know how it's going to affect me. You know, mentally, I mean,
Order filled.
or just sickness-wise, you know, just feeling like crap. So I really offset it with nutrition. This ready trade, I probably got aggressive on it. I shouldn't have got aggressive on it. Yeah. Am I going to regret trading you, Russell? That's the question. Are you going to pull back with the NQ? That's the question. Yeah. Don't know yet, but I probably should get out of you.
Order filled.
Do one more, give you an opportunity to use that level. Watching the Russell closely to see if the Russell's going to actually use this level to find support, or do I get out? It should react to that level, but it's not. Yeah. Just doing stupid trades there. Okay. You should use that level and at least react a little bit. Unless you're going to the RDA. I don't think you'd be going to the RDA though. Maybe you are. Well, golly. Wilbur. We'll go to the RDA. Gonna give the Russell a little bit more opportunity to go down there. Hit the RDA, pick me up, and then maybe react. Chart 2. That's what I'm trading off of on the Russell. Gold did pull back pretty well. So I might want to remove my gold entry down here to 1842, right around the opening range 50. Get rid of this one here. This is invalid.
Order filled.
All right, added another Russell position. Don't want to get too aggressive here. Oof.
Order filled.
It's really starting to pull back. So we'll see. Scaling into the Russell position here for what would be the similar type of move on the NQ. So they're in a similar type of pattern. They're just in different areas of the chart. So the NQ's got a little bit lower to go before it will have the same reaction that I'm looking for on the Russell. So that's what I'm kind of looking for on the Russell. Let's see if it actually makes that reaction here. So that's what I'm looking on the Russell, this chart. This chart here, chart 3. Looking for it to hold that level, those levels there, but it's not doing it convincingly. Yeah. Let's see where we're at on this crypto trade.
Order filled.
Crypto trade's not working out. We're in CL, so we're in CL did pull back kind of where I thought it might pull back to. Let's not give it too much room.
Order filled. Order filled.
I got out of that CL trade just because I haven't got the counter signal yet, and did make about $100 there on that trade. So now we're looking to see if the Russell's going to come up and recapture this 1889, 1890 level. If it does, then I'll stay in the trade. If it doesn't, then I probably should get out of that trade. So the Russell still got an opportunity to hold that. There we go. Needs to just rip up a little bit more. It's being stubborn. Doesn't want to take out the high. It needs to take out the high of this candle. Takes out the high of this current candle, then it might be on, but I might just get out just here at break even or near break even if it gives me an opportunity to. Come on, rip up just a little bit more. Give me an opportunity to get out just at break even. There.
Order filled.
Got out of the Russell trade. Just was a little bit heavy for where it's at. Doesn't have the confirmation. Didn't react exactly how I wanted it to. So got out about break even. Not in anything right now. Just don't like the way they're pulling back. I mean, now the Russell's trying to hit that area. Now, I mean, the NQ did a double test. Or it really has tested. Yeah, see, the Russell did kind of start moving. Should have just been more patient. Oh, well. I would have been just a little bit more patient on that trade. Would have had a little bit of profit there. No, thanks. Thank you. So, yeah, I probably should just wait for a little bit of a pullback on the Russell. Look at that. NQ's going back up. So is it going to use the 50% OR, and then is it going to use that? The 5 minute looks decently solid as far as structure. I hate when I get out of a trade, when I don't give it a little bit of room, and I get out of a trade like I did on the Russell, and it goes in the direction that I expect. I just didn't have the conviction to stick with it. I hate when I do that, especially when I see it moving in the direction that I thought. I just didn't give it. I just wasn't patient enough. You know, I got out of because of risk. I mean, I was sized around 7, so if it would have just ripped down, I probably would have lost a couple $100. But I should have just gave it another minute. I would have just gave it another minute. That would have been the right thing to do. So we'll see, though. It might sell off here from here. So I might be saying, hey, you know what? I did the right thing. Don't know what the NQ's doing, because it would potentially fail up here. It's kind of what we're looking for this 910. So 910, 915, or that's kind of near the failure zone. Really, the more failure zone is around 920. So that's kind of where we would really want to short. So we'll stay up there. And then we're looking to get picked up on gold, possibly. And it was good to get out of CL, because basically that level didn't hold. The next CL trade is right around 7769. That's the next CL trade. I would say 7789 or 7788 is kind of the first position to start. And then there's another position here. And then like right down here, down to 7780. Then a protective stop right here. But that's almost where I want to be. That's almost where I want my entries. So actually I probably want to be down here. Yeah. That would be. So probably I want to be, this is probably where I want to be on oil. So on the oil chart, that is chart 2 that you see here. You know, we do have the 50% OR that it's going to react on probably. But that's where I want to be positioned. Don't want to be in here. Gold, I'm about to be picked up on gold, but then the better gold entry is down here at 1841. So let's move that down a little bit, because the 1841 and the 1840 is the best level for getting picked up on gold. We got our protective stops in there. Let's move those up, because obviously if it rips down that far, we want to be out anyways. All right, I'm going to go make coffee. So let me make sure that I'm not in any trades that is going to hurt me or just go flat completely. Because I need coffee. Coffee will revigorate my mind. Is that a proper word? Am I being proper? I don't know if that's a proper word. Revigorate. Rejuvenate? Maybe that's the proper word. Added 2 new member videos. We'll do some more today. Philosophy on BT. Bam! Bam, baby. All right. Are we going to get picked up on anything? Or are we just going to sit here in no trade zone? This will be one of my lowest P&L days in a while. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go make some coffee. I in anything? No, it did not get picked up on anything. Well, isn't that exciting? Didn't get picked. Well, actually, the CL is coming down to a level. NQ's coming down to the level. Gold's probably coming down to a level. So, waiting for my coffee. Yeah. So we'll see if that CL is going to pick me up at that zone. That's pretty close to the opening range low. So I almost want to move that CL down to a little bit lower. I mean, it's almost too aggressive there. It almost needs to be moved down just to the, that's pretty big sell-off. Almost needs to be moved down to here. So that's actually where that CL needs to be. And then maybe picking up a sell right there to see if that can get picked up.
Order filled. Order filled.
Ooh, 170 on GC. Look at that. Guess I should have been down here watching the trade. That's why I don't usually leave the chart. Ooh. Terrible entry on GC.
Order filled. Order filled.
See if it's going to continue to sell off below this level here. That's the question. I didn't get picked up on oil. CL. Gold is really selling off.
Order filled. Order filled.
It's their first reaction zone there. Question is it going to hold that RDA? That's the question. So I started a little bit early on that trade. Should have waited for the OR test. Yeah. Should have waited for the OR test there. I'll try that. I'll look at that in espresso stuff, so thanks. I don't know. I just kind of got out of the whole pod thing. I don't mind. I use the, you know, I go through phases with coffee.
Order filled.
So for me anyways, I go through phases. NQ's selling off. Probably want to sell off there.
Order filled.
I probably want to be part of that trade.
Order
If
filled.
it's going to sell off. See where we're at on our crypto trade. Ah, it's still trying to try. Sorry.
Order filled.
CL, we're almost getting picked up there. A little aggressive on our gold trade, but it's a longer term trade that we're looking for this. This is the RDA check. So we're looking for that to hold up on multiple charts. That's why I'm getting a little aggressive with that trade. I'm looking for that trade to hold up. So
Order filled.
We'll see if that's going to hold up. So we're scaling into a longer term trade there on GC. Want to be heavier on the NQ on that sell, but I don't want to get too aggressive. So gold, I just started way too early. So I just started that entry way too early. Sorry for that noise. The question is gold going to go down to 1836 or is it going to stop here? That's the question. 1836 is kind of like the more real level that I should be trading at. That's the problem. So I started this way too early. So we'll see. And then this NQ trade is like, didn't get picked up on these other positions up here. But then once again, it's being pretty volatile on the upside. So we'll see if we can get picked up. I might just get out of this oil trade if I do get into profit, just because the better position is down to our 836. That's the better position. And I don't want to scale in all the way down to there. I really don't. So I might get an opportunity to get out here. Maybe we'll see.
Order filled.
Got picked up on the NQ for sell. Did get my coffee, so let that kick in here. We'll see if this NQ is going to sell off more from here. Let's not be too aggressive on it then. Let's give it an opportunity to sell off up here. Come on, oil or gold, GC. There you go. You can get me in profit. I know you can do it, man. Allow me to get a little bit of profit for starting that trade a little bit early. Up $80. Get out of you.
Order filled.
There you go. Got out of the gold trade just because I know I should have been patient, but like I said, like I wanted to get out when the market gives me an opportunity to get out, because the better trade there is right around 835. So let's sell gold up around these ranges here, 842, 841. See if this NQ trade is going to sell off. We're in two lots there. So we would like to see it sell off here. We're not going to give it much room because it's been a little bit not on our happy side. So those that just joined, I'm trading 4 things. Join Discord down below. That's where we have the most excitement, the most conversations. You can ask me questions. Do share. My goal in my group is to create elite traders. That's my goal. So my nephew, he's still sleeping, so I don't know if he was up late. So he might trade the afternoon. We'll see. Looking to get picked up here on... Probably could have rode that gold trade a little bit more, but I just did not like where that entry was. The entry's good on the 1 hour, but I'd almost like to see that level, the level tests on the 60-minute chart of GC. I want to see what happens around 1837 before I go heavy. So 1837 is what I'd like to see on the gold, the GC chart. I'd like to see what happens around this 1837 level here. And then like so that's kind of where I'm at on gold. Let's see, we're trying to ride this down on the NQ. These entries are invalid now. They're no longer valid because basically it used the momentum indicators in chart 2, but it's being stubborn about the damn sell-off, though. I can tell you that much. It's not really trying to sell off, but it is. But it's just being very stubborn. The buyers are, I'm telling you on the charts, if you're buying here in big tech, you're buying in the wrong area. You need to wait below or you need to wait for confirmation above. I've looked at the charts. Like, this is a terrible area to be a buyer. Except for a few things. There's a few things where it makes sense to be a buyer. But all in all, it looks like a terrible area to be a buyer. Because you don't have confirmation one way or the other. But obviously the market knows. So
stop filled.
I got stopped out of that trade. Obviously the market knows best, so I'm not going to argue with the market. So the market, if the buyers are stepping up here, then the buyers obviously think that this is the most awesomest place to buy. So I'm not going to argue with the buyers. The buyers want to step up this level, hey, go for it. It's all you, man. With that, we're up 41 cents. Oh man, we almost got a. Well, how much
Order
of this,
filled.
how much is a Starbucks coffee? I don't know how much the Starbucks coffee is nowadays. I refuse to go to Starbucks. I don't go to Starbucks anymore. All right, we're a little aggressive on that entry there, so let's go up here. Let's get into these little wickages areas. We do have, if we do look at what's happened on the NQ, you know, that 5-minute structure is looking strong. You maybe have a little stair-step structure here. It did hold the RDA, so we got to believe that. I say often you believe the chart. Look, we trade the charts. Yeah, no, Blitz, I will, you know, one of these days, you know what, so we're going to do a series of videos with me and my nephew, where my nephew and I, that's the proper way.
Order
so
filled.
I'll speak
Order filled.
properly. Oh, we got picked up on 3 on CL. Let me focus on the charts here for a second. That's where we wanted to get picked up. Now we just want to know, do we really want to be picked up there? That's the question. GC, we got picked up on the short. So I'm going to put a little trailing stop there. Give it a little bit of room, but not much. Do not like the way oil is responding here. It needs to rip up. So we're going to just keep our stops a little bit tight there, not give it much room. We can always start over on the position. We do not have the counter signal yet. If I get the counter signal, then I'll move my stops to a little bit more room. But when we get the counter signal on oil, then I might move my stops. Right now, I don't want to lose too much there. So yeah, on my journey, Blitz. Yeah, so what we're gonna do kind of a couple videos where my nephew's just gonna be asking questions about what I've taught him so far. You know, it might be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour long, and then we're just gonna bounce around the markets, and it's gonna be just me dropping my knowledge or what I think or my thoughts, philosophy, so that it's like if you were sitting down with me and like you just ask me questions and what it will be is if you if you went through my full training and then you're starting to trade and then like maybe you still have some questions and you still have some questions about the market or things aren't quite clear. That's what those conversations will be. All right, we got picked up on the NQ. Not going to give it a lot of room, so we would expect a reaction right here. So we're going to see if we get a reaction right here. And then on the oil trade, the CL, I'm going to put all my stops in profit. Look, it's reacting here. I'm going to take one off.
Order filled.
So I took some profit. I don't have heavy confidence in any of the movements right now today. So I'm just taking a little bit of profits when I'm, you know, just taking some profits when I can. Because the movements here today, the trading day has been a little odd. Plus I'm a little waterlogged. But yeah, no, I will share. One of the things I probably will share is my full journey. I want to do like a video where I just, for those that are interested, I'll share the full journey, the warts and all, you know. I already shared yesterday that the lowest I've ever been is I'm not proud of it. I mention it quite often. But
stop filled.
The lowest I've ever been is I picked up a monitor, a 34-inch monitor, and threw it against the wall. So that was my third account that I blew. But I think it would be illustrative. I've never really been a super violent person, except when violence is called for. But like just violence, kind of like angry and but trading brought that out of me. Trading, blowing up 3 accounts brought that out of me. But since then, I've tempered my physical emotions against monitors.
Stop filled.
Oh yeah, that's great. That was great. There we go. So we're long CL, right in one position. We're short GC, right in that one position. Barely in profit, and we're still toying around with the stupid 9,000 number. Looks like the NQ wants to go back up. So I should have believed that RDA check. Like I said, believe the charts. We are chart traders. Okay, I have a video on YouTube. If you want to go to YouTube, I have a video that I did with my nephew, which is kind of like the beauty of the chart. What I mean by that is that we don't follow the news except for known news events. Everything we need to trade is on the chart. So if you're like me and you're like saying, hey, I'm going to be a chart trader, then you have to believe what the chart tells you, or you have to build a system so that you know what to believe. So for instance, on this chart one here, if I just zoom in here a little bit, see that little yellow line there? So first up, the 50% opening range held, and then this yellow line, which is our rec stock average, held. I should have believed the chart there when that held and went long instead of trying to go short, because once again, that's a major bias signal. The chart on the 5-minute chart is momentum long. It didn't switch momentum on that pullback. I should have been buying that pullback. That's what my system says. So when I don't trade my system, my trades are not great. When I trade my system, I'm awesome. So it's like it's a daily reminder for me to like not try to be smarter than my system. Like I spent years, blood, sweat, and tears, and capital, and pain, back testing it, testing every indicator underneath the sun. You know, I don't like to sound. This is not going to sound arrogant. I've tested just about any indicator you can imagine. I was deep into Elliott wave. I was deep into Fibonacci. I've studied, every indicator out there because I kind of have an obsessive personality when I get interested in certain things. When I got cancer, for instance, for 3 months straight, I studied cancer because I didn't know anything about it. So when I was talking to doctors, they were like, "Are you pre-med? Because you're asking these questions that like are pre-med questions." I'm like, "No, doesn't everybody do this? When they get cancer, don't they want to know as much about it so they can maybe survive?" He's like, "No, this isn't typical. Most people don't ask these type of questions." I'm like, "Okay, well, for me, it just made sense. I want to know everything about it." When I got involved in trading, I want to know everything about it. I started an entertainment company to tell great stories. Well, I know nothing about how to run an entertainment company, but I'm going to figure it out. So I'm obsessive about understanding the new model of making money in the entertainment industry. And look at that ruddy move. Man, things are moving. Need to start seeing where I should get in here. So let's see here. Oh, look at that. The CL trade did move up from that point. Look at that. Look at that NQ move. Is there a news event we don't know about? Is there some kind of news event that's on the calendar that we don't know about? Look at that move. I should have been long there. Well, we're still looking to short up here right around 983. So, oh, man. Did not hold many of these moves here. So, we're still short GC. So, I'm still looking for the lower entry on GC, but it's barely in profit. And I missed that major move. Like I was just talking about, look. Multiple charts on the NQ confirmed that this was a long signal, and I didn't take it. I was in a tunnel vision a little bit. I didn't take this long signal when this RDA held up. When I see congruence like that across multiple charts, I should have took that long signal. Shouldn't have been shorting it. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get in down here on a deeper pullback, but it might be just aggressively trying to break the OR range.
Order filled.
So I'm just going to not get too aggressive here. I'm going to give it a little opportunity. And then if it pulls back deeper from this momentum check here on chart 2.
Order filled.
So this is a chart 2 momentum check. The fast momentum. So we're seeing if this fast momentum holds, then we'll be right. If it doesn't, we'll be out of this trade pretty quick. So going to give a little bit of room to hold. Fast momentum check. There we go. See if it can rip up. So we got in on a fast momentum check there on chart 2. Not sure if it's going to hold or it's going to continue to sell off because it does have a couple levels here it needs to deal with. But we did get in at the right entry as far as the momentum check. So we'll see if that NQ holds. Our stops are a little tight, but I don't want to lose too much on this thing. If it doesn't, yeah.
Stop filled.
So it's not using that momentum check, obviously. It just broke it. So we got one more lot here to see if it will hold up. Otherwise, we'll look to get in on the RDA check down below if it holds up. So one more opportunity to maybe hold that. Our GC trade's starting to do well, starting to get into profit at a decent level. Will this momentum check hold? Is right here. Nope.
Stop filled.
Got knocked out. Still haven't broke a grand. Yeah, so I will do a video probably before my nephew leaves and goes back to where he stays. I'll probably do a video where maybe I'll share my trading journey with him so that it could be more of a conversation. So it's not just me just rambling on. I can just say, hey, here's, hey man, here's my origin story as a trader. And then he can maybe respond or ask questions. See that momentum's holding up. I should have gave it a little bit more opportunity. So we're gonna see if we can get
Order
in here.
filled.
Gonna give it one more chance without churning our account. Give it one more chance. If it doesn't hold up, we'll lose about $50 to $75. But we'll give it one more chance here. Really risking about 50 to maybe make 200 to 300, if not more. So we'll see. But it's at that momentum check, and it's still trying to hold it. So it's still trying to hold that momentum check on chart 2, but it's not going to do it. Nope. Well, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. All right.
Stop filled.
So we risked about $50 to make 300. Did ding our P&L. Now the next level is around 917 to 914. So once again, you see a big move like that, you can't chase it. So I was chasing it a little bit there. I gave it an opportunity on that. The next check is right around 914 to 912. That is chart 2 for members. Chart 2 is our control for the NQ. And then I'm going to move my stop a little bit up on GC just to give it a little bit more room to do a little bit of a reaction here. Maybe we might be able to get to about $300 on that. We do have the next momentum indicator that it's responding to here on NQ. I could have took that trade, but I'm waiting for the lower trade down to 914. That does align with the chart 4 as well. So the chart 4 RDA, but once again, it's kind of aggressively moving up. So I probably should have took that trade and just risked it there too. Because we can see here I missed that trade. I could try to get in on another test on that. So we'll put that there in the off chance it does test, but if it tests that, it better react right away. So we'll have another entry at 921. We did get knocked out of our GC trade. I'm having a hard time breaking 1,000. It's not, not my typical day. Usually by now I'm up around 8 to 10 grand. If I was in my normal state of mind.
Order filled.
Okay, there we go. We got picked up on the double check there. Let's see if that holds. Let's give it a little bit of room on the NQ. We want to see a reaction right away. We want to see follow through. So we are getting some reaction there. We got picked up on the double check, but it's being pretty stubborn. Yeah. Give it a little bit of room. Being a little bit stubborn there on that check. It really is that 1920.75. If it holds that, it's going to keep going up. 1920.75 holds that, it'll keep going up. So once again, we're trading the system. Trading the Rexdog system tells us where reactions happen. Trade around reactions. Come on. You can do it. There we go. It just needs, now what it needs to do, it needs to clear 928. It clears 928, it's going back up. If it doesn't clear 928, it's not going, well, the first area it needs to clear is 92425. If it doesn't clear that, then it's not going up. Yeah.
Stop filled.
Just burning my P&L doing stupid trades. I mean, it was in profit, so I'm trading the right zones. It's just that, once again, if we look at this candle here, this green candle, we probably should be trading around the open for the open test. So that's where I should be trading. And if I don't get picked up, I don't get picked up. So I should be okay with missing trades. I'm trading a little aggressively because I want to start picking up my P&L here. We are in the afternoon session. So, that's one thing to consider. We have another reaction zone that chart 2 is hitting on the NQ. But we probably need to move these down. These are probably a little aggressive. Let's move these down. There we go. We do have a level. We do have a decent level at 901, but we have on chart 4, we have our areas at 908 to 910. Those are our reaction zones on chart 4. So members, chart 4 is the control on this NQ trade. So chart 4 is the C4 is control on NQ. Thanks. I'll look those up. C4 control on NQ trade. And, well, look at that. GC continued to sell off. We just got picked up. I'm being a little too aggressive with my stops. I'm not giving the trades enough room to kind of like volatility. I'm getting knocked out by putting my stops too tight. Once again, it's just my, I mean, I'm not making an excuse. I'm just telling you my state of mind, just so you guys know. I mean, I'm just got treatment, so I'm like waterlogged, a little slow. And I just don't want to, I really don't want to get negative, because if I get negative, then I'm going to start aggressively trading. And that might be a good thing, but it could also be a bad thing. So if I get negative, then I might start aggressively trading, and that could be really good, because I might just hit that zone and be one with the market. But at the same time, I usually don't have my P&L up when I'm trading. So I usually just know if I'm doing good trades. I just in the rhythm. So for me, it's distracting. But to me, if I'm in a stream, it's only fair that you see how I'm doing. Otherwise, you can't judge the system. You can't judge me as a trader if you can't see my P&L. You know, I mean, I could share it at the end of the stream, but not everybody's going to stay to the end of the stream. If you just show up for a few minutes, I want you to be able to at least get a feel for, hey, does this dude know how to trade or not? It's like, and if I don't show my P&L, then like, you don't know if I know how to trade. So it's kind of pointless. Like, so while I don't have it up when I'm normally trading and it's kind of a distraction for me, I believe that to be a streamer, I need to have the transparency of having the P&L up. You do see I have my activity log up here too, so you can kind of see the latest activity. You know, I know it's hard to follow and stuff, but we'll see if this NQ trade is going to pick us up here at this level, and if we're being too aggressive here, we might be being
Order
too aggressive.
filled.
There we go. We got picked up on the first one, so let's see if we are a little too aggressive there. So yeah, so that's kind of a guess. We're kind of guessing that it's going to react there. It should react there, but it's kind of a guess. So, and it is reacting, but it definitely is a guess. So we're not going to go heavy because we don't have any counter signal yet. So I want to see it come up and test at least the 918 to see if that's a counter signal. So we're kind of in the guess mode now. We expect a reaction there. And we are seeing a reaction, but it's not an answer on the green side that we want to see. So, and it's playing around with this little area here instead of just going up. There we go. We got our first close. That's at least a first initial maybe counter signal. Nope. It lost the counter signal. Yeah.
Stop filled.
So I'm out of that trade, obviously, because that was a terrible, wasn't the right place to enter. Now it's probably right about here where we want to probably think about entering. Damn it, dude, pick me up.
Order filled.
All right. Now I got what I asked. Now it's going to be, do I really want to be picked up? Because really the best entry is around 904 on a straight level check, but we do see some reaction here. Let's see if we can ride that up a little bit. Come on. Come up to 917. That's what I want to see you do. Thanks, Blitz. Appreciate the words and feedback. Yeah, I mean, I interpret the market through my system. So if you're saying, well, how do I really understand the market? Well, I'm interpreting it through my system. That, you know, I developed a system that tells me where to look for reaction zones. and then tells me how to interpret momentum. So my system, I used to say this, but it confuses people. It reverse engineers momentum. That sounds a little too like bookish, but that's really what it does. It reverse engineers momentum, and then also the bias. So you know the bias of the chart. But that sounds a little too like I'm trying to be too smart. So what I say now is I just predict where reactions happen, but the system really does reverse engineer momentum. I don't believe in trend. I don't like the word trend. I think it's one of the worst words in trading, because I think if you think in momentum, the market, there's three types of momentum. You can think about it like as a boat. You've got a big momentum, like an oil tanker. You've got a medium momentum, which is like a yacht. And then you've got like a fast momentum, which is like a speedboat. The market moves in momentum in those different areas. And larger time frames, obviously the momentum is the big oil tanker. On smaller charts, maybe a 1 minute chart or even a tick chart, you will see moves. Well, that's not the right analogy to use as far as using the different time charts. So what I would suggest, if you want to understand how the market works, you need to watch charts, but you need to watch charts through a system that doesn't change, meaning that you have a trade system that you developed and it doesn't change. And then you learn how the system trades around, you learn how the market trades around that system. That's what gives you edge. The other thing that I would suggest is that you should have a system that allows you to predict where the market's going to have a reaction. That's what my system does. It predicts pretty reliably where reactions are going to happen. When you see me trading bad, it's usually because I'm trading against my system, which is amazing which is annoying, because I spent all this time creating a system and then I need to have a challenge, so I trade against it. Now, we should have sold there, right there. I remember I said I wanted to go up to 917 or so. That's what I wanted to see, and that's what it did. I should have sold and reversed there. So I did miss that reversal. So I'm going to see if I can sell around 915. I should have sold up there where it sold off there. That was a sell signal up there on chart 2. So thanks, Blitz. I appreciate the words. Appreciate everybody watching. Once again, if you're new, join Discord. You see a link down below the video, and on YouTube in the description. Join Discord. That's where we have the best conversations. Where are we at? I don't know why the deltas aren't showing up here on the side. So maybe I need to do something so the deltas show up specially, because they're special. All right, let's see if we get picked up on this short. Let's see the ready. We do have a potential buy here on the Russell right here, right around 1890. So let's see if we can get picked up on 2 lots there. If we get picked up there, that's not going to give it a lot of room. We are at 1147, so we're heading into the hour close. Now, if we look at the 5-minute chart, the 5-minute chart still momentum and bias long. So really, I'm doing a fade trade here. If I'm selling this is a fade trade. So maybe I should have been a buyer down below. That's what I should be considering. That's what I should be thinking about now. I'm fading the momentum and the bias of the chart. But this is still a reaction from the opening range high. This current move, this is how to read momentum. This current move that we're in is a rejection. This rejection actually is intention too. So it's double. It's intention and it's rejection. But this momentum move down is a reaction from the opening range test above. It's this one reaction. This reaction hasn't stopped until where this reaction will be a full test would be around 1901. So 1901, if that continues to hold, then that would be the end of this reaction, and then we would expect a reaction on the 1901 side to go back up. What a reaction is, the market's going one direction, and the market reacts the other direction. Each reaction is an individual event. Each reaction is unique. So each reaction is unique, but there is guaranteed almost to be a reaction at the zones that we predict. Sometimes it happens for 4 seconds. Sometimes it happens over 15 minutes. Sometimes it happens over an hour. Sometimes it's just a 5-minute reaction, but there is almost guaranteed to be a reaction at the levels that the system predicts. I mean, it happens like clockwork every time. You can be super aggressive and trade every reaction, which will wear you out after a while. Or you could just focus on the high probability reactions. That's what I've been doing today because, well, number one, I haven't been taking every high probability reaction because I am a little slow today. But that's what I've been mainly focusing on today. Oh, this coffee actually tastes pretty good. I should have got it earlier. So we're in one lot in the Russell, and I want to see it react right away here. So I'm not going to give it a lot of room. So here in chart 2, we do see we're in 2 lots there. We are starting to move up. I want to see it move up at least. I want to see it recapture the 1891. 1891, then I would maybe loosen my stops a little bit, give it a little bit of room. Until then, I'm just going to keep them a little bit close. Because, once again, we haven't got the counter signal yet. We are at the reaction area. It's doing the reaction. But we haven't got the counter signal yet. The counter signal is a confirmation that the reaction is going to hold. If this candle here closes on chart 2 on the Russell, good. That will be our confirmation that we can trade against. But right now, we're not guessing. We're trading at a reaction zone, but we don't have a confirmation yet. So that's important. So you can trade at a reaction zone, and you can scalp really quick, and we can get out of some profit here. We could scalp this here. But, you know, what you want to do typically is you want to maybe wait for the confirmation and then trade the confirmation. But you can also do very well what I'm doing here, which is basically trading the reaction zone. And like, for instance, I would typically want to be in 3 lots here. So I could take some off here. So you'll see here, I'm going to take some off here if it rises up. And then I'll take some profit. And then I'll still have one trailing for a potential runner if this confirms and wants to continue to go up. We'll see if I'm going to be taken out up there. So I'm looking to take some profit off, take some profit along the way, and then have one that's going to be left as a runner because we don't quite have a confirmation yet there on this chart 2 on the Russell. Don't have a confirmation signal that momentum check's going to hold.
Order filled.
Okay, so we just took some profit, took about $55 in profit, and now we have our runner in the market. We're above our stop loss, or we're above our entry. Our stop loss is just above our entry, so if we do get taken out, we're going to pay for fees. And now we're giving it a little bit of room to continue up. But once again, we haven't got this candle hasn't closed in chart 2 yet, so we don't have a confirmation that that level is going to hold, or we have anything to trade against. So that's why. My yellow horizontal lines are what are levels defined by my chart 4. Strong levels. So those are strong levels. And so you're seeing right now 1920 is a strong level. Actually, that needs to be moved up because that level's already been tested. The next strong level is right there, 1933. And then we have a there's a new developed weak level. The strong level below, but there's a newly developed weak level is right here. Right around 1913 is a newly developed weak level. So in my trade system, you learn how to identify strong and weak levels, and then those are reaction zones as well. And there's specific reasons why those are defined a certain way. And not every level is a strong level. Not every level is a weak level. There's specific reasons why they are strong or weak. So the next strong level on chart 4 is 1932, which does coincide with where the opening range high is. So you do see correlations in these charts all the time. So you see correlations all the time. And the more correlations you have, the better. So here on this NQ, I should have been long down there. I should have took this long signal. So I'm not going to get too aggressively long because it is pulling back a little bit, and we are in the afternoon, and we are in the lunch session. So this could be a range trade area. You know, it's range trading because it's the afternoon session and it doesn't want to get directional. So, you know, when you're in range trades, yeah, Apple Sam. Hopefully that answered your question. But that's what and I don't have it on every chart because, well, why don't I have it on every chart? Because I can see these. I don't need to draw them. But because most of my members trade the NQ because they're just trading one chart. They're not like me. They haven't upgraded to trade maybe multiple symbols. Well, most of my members are trading the NQ. So I like to then provide the levels on the NQ. And I like to call the NQ first because the members that are watching on the stream are trading the NQ. I recommend new traders trade the NQ, I think, or the MNQ, which would be the micro, because I think it's the best thing to trade in the futures market. It's better than the ES, hands down. It trades much more reliably than the ES, especially when you get to, with our system, I will say it trades very reliably compared. I mean, the ES trades reliably as well, but the NQ I just feel it makes smoother movements. I don't know how to describe that. It doesn't jerk as much. The ES tends to like bounce or like impulse more. When the NQ impulses, it's a smooth impulse. When the ES impulses, it's like a jump. It's almost a surprise sometimes when the ES jumps, which can be, I mean, you're in a trade, you just go along and then suddenly you're up. But I kind of like the smoother movements of how the NQ moves. That's just the way I read the markets. So I'd be interested from people that trade the ES if they see the same thing, or maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. But I've traded the ES. It doesn't matter. I mean, I could trade the ES. Like I said, for me, I recommend that new traders, they trade the NQ because I believe it has a more smoother movement. Yeah, I've looked at the YM. So here's the thing. I have a friend that trades stocks. But he doesn't use a scanner. I sat down with him once and we identified about 20 different stocks across different industries that he has to watch on any given day. I know someone too that just trades Facebook. Like all he does is trade Facebook. He just trades Facebook every day. That's just what he does. He just loves Meta, whatever, and he just trades it. And he just trades Facebook every day. But then I have another buddy that trades 20 different stocks, and then out of those 20 different stocks, there's guaranteed to be 3 or 4 movers because they're different industries. Pharmaceuticals, healthcare, tech, banking, aerospace. He mixed it up, and he only watches 20 stocks. And then the ones that move, he's trading those ones that move. So, there's a million different ways to trade the markets, obviously. You know what? I'm not being aggressive on this NQ move up. But see there, momentum and bias is long. I'm going to look back at today. I'm going to say, what the heck was I doing today? I mean, except for a few areas, it was obvious that I should have been in long bias. It was obvious that I should have been momentum long. I'm going to look back at the charts and I'm going to say, well, there's right now, I can look at the chart right now. I'll get back to doing these high probability trade videos. There is 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 high probability trades today on the NQ that I didn't take. I did participate in some of them, but there was 4 high probability trades on the NQ today that are high probability that you should take every single time they show up. It's just very clear on the system. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 high probability trades that should have been taken today on the NQ, just looking back in hindsight. But in real time, the signals happen in real time on the charts. I just didn't trade them accordingly. So once again, I'm slow trading today, but I need to focus on trading my system. Just for those that don't know or just joining me, last week I had the worst trading day I've had in years. Lost about 39 grand or so. And I made it back up the next day. So I made 42 the next day. I think I made 42. So I made it back up in some the next day. But one bad day of trading of 3 or 4 negative trading habits coming to fruition, that have been building for years, I'm not just going to overcome that in a couple of days of trading. It's going to take me weeks or months to overcome my negative trading habits that I have. So I'm working on it every single day, overcoming the negative trading habits that I have. So do I sell CL here? That's the question. I think we do. I think we try to do a CL, I don't know, maybe a little bit higher, maybe around 1840, or not. That's GC. Sorry. Yeah, because it's testing that. I gotta sell CL here. I don't have to, but I should.
Order filled.
All right, and then we'll do another entry up here. So, I mean, it's at a check there. It's either gonna hold that. I know where I'm wrong. I'm wrong at 17.13, 78.13. If it gets up to 78.13, I know I'm wrong. So, if it gets up there, I know I'm really wrong on that trade. It might just rip up to that though, because now it's about to capture 78. So if it captures 78, then that's 7. This is actually probably where I want to sell, 78.13. I'm not going to give it much room. I'm going to get taken out there, and then I will restart over at 78.12 if it gets up there. It should fail right here, according to. So it is starting to fail a little bit. There is initial failure there on the CL. So you'll see that here. That is chart 2 here. Starting to fail initially. But the better failure zone is 78.12. Because it does have a little bit of shift in momentum there.
Stop filled.
Yeah. I find NQ better for scalping, and ES feel quite thickly traded. That's a good way to put it. Apple Sound, that's a really good way to put it. I should speak more like that when I'm speaking about it, which is basically, the NQ is, well, for scalping it means that it probably has more reliable kind of smooth movements because you can get in and out real quick. And then the ES, like you said, it's thickly traded, so orders come in blocks. So that's that's probably the better way to describe what I see, how it works. Should have been long on the NQ. Is that orders come in blocks on the ES, so that's why you see that behavior. This NQ trade, it's going to break the OR high and might just keep going up, but it is the lunch hour, so I don't want to chase it, but we should probably just try to get in.
Order filled.
Hopefully I didn't make a bad trade there. Let's give it a little bit, let's get a little opportunity to check the momentum indicator on this chart 2. Pick up another entry and
order filled.
It's kind of a terrible entry right when it's checking the OR high, but so it might just react and sell off here. So this just might be a bad entry. Terrible entry actually. Because I'm betting that it's gonna break through the reaction area during lunchtime. So kind of a stupid entry actually, now that I think about it. So we'll see if it gives me a chance to get out of here at profit for doing a dumb entry. You're gonna give me a chance to get out of profit, or you can give me a loss here. You're gonna punish me for doing a dumb entry, aren't you? Yeah, you're gonna punish me for doing a dumb entry. Shouldn't have been entering there.
Stop filled.
I kind of deserve to be punished there. Opening range is the first hour of the market. So that's the opening range. First hour of the market. Some people use the first half hour. First hour is better. I've tested it. First hour is better. So I do look at those levels, but those levels only become important if they correlate with other levels in my system. If they correlate with other levels, then they're important. If they don't correlate with other levels, then they're of least importance. They still hold a factor, but they need to correlate with other levels in the system. Well, the Russell might be hitting an area. I mean, where I'd want to maybe buy the Russell again is down to 1890. 1890 even and 1890 30. If it gets down there, that would be where I'd want to buy the Russell again. Put some protective stops in the market there. So if it gets down there, that's where I'd want to be a buyer. We might be making some money on this NQ position. I did get knocked out on one, but maybe we'll make some money here. Maybe it'll break through the OR high. Obviously, what it needs to break through is that strong yellow line that you see up there, that strong level. If it breaks through 933 and it retests it, it's going higher. That's just the way to work. Oh, geez, why did I remove my stop loss? That's just the way it works. So if it does that, it's going higher.
Order filled.
So let's see if I can. Hopefully it doesn't do a deeper pullback here. And we'll get picked up here on two more on a check on chart 2. So we're really close to kind of that reaction zone.
Order filled.
So, you know, it needs to react right here. At 1919, it needs to react up and it needs to rip up. Otherwise, I'll just get out of this trade. But it needs to react up here. It needs to come back and recapture 924. If it comes back and recaptures 924, then it's on. Okay, recapture 925. Now it needs to recapture that. There we go. Let's give it a little bit of room. Not too much room because it could still sell off from here. So it needs to recapture that. It hasn't solidly recaptured that zone yet. There we go. Starting to. Keep moving up. Needs to recapture 925 solidly. Then the next level it needs to recapture is 930. It's not recapturing it. Damn it. Damn it, Jim. It's like on the bubble right here.
Stop filled. Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah. Pissed me off. That was annoying. Well, the next level is down here, 913. Once again, it reacted at the opening range where we expect it to. It's the lunch session, so it's range trading. So I should have been out of those quick. Shouldn't have expected it to break. Should have been out of it quick there.
Order filled. Order filled.
We're picked up on the Russell. One position there. So we'll move it down, see if we're going to get picked up on the next one. Look at our crypto trade. Maybe we're in a loss. It's still playing around with this little stupid area here. Should react. I'll give it a little bit of room there. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's not breaking, so, but I'm trading what my system says that it's momentum and bias long. So I should be looking more on the long side on my trades instead of being a seller. So that's what I'm trading. It's just a matter of, I'm not doing good with the gauge. I'm not doing good with gauging the pullbacks today. So, and then I'm just not patient with the trades, meaning I'm just not giving them enough room. Usually I'm patient, more patient, and I'm scaling in a little bit more. But I'm just not one with the market today. So I'm just not You know, I'm still trading, but it is a lunch session too. So I wouldn't expect a break here, but it might break. We can look at the still holding the zero line, and big tech's trying to hold the VWAP. I don't know why it's refreshing like that. Why does it refresh like that? That makes no sense. So the big tech did hold VWAP. So, you know, that did a VWAP test here. It's holding the VWAP. So the long side has potential if it will continue up. These are invalid now. I don't want to be entered on these. Now it's just a matter of can I ride this up? This one little lot up. And the Russell's in one little lot too. We'll give it a little bit of room there. We're in two trades there with one little lots. I'm not really anticipating a break of the OR high, except for it's been tested multiple times. So it's trying to do that. It has a, where it's trying to go, where the NQ is trying to go, the NQ is trying to go to 982. It's actually trying to go to 2000 or 12,008. That's where it's trying to go. So the NQ is trying to go to 12,008 on the upside. If it's going to go down, if it sells off, it's going to go to 841. So is this going to take me out here? This is
Stop filled.
utterly annoying. I mean, usually I wouldn't be annoyed on a normal day, but I'm utterly annoyed by the price action today. Normally I'm not annoyed by the price action, but today I'm getting a little sick of starting over and over. Oh, fucking A. And I haven't broke 1,000 yet. So I'm really just doing, should just not be trading. Just a waste of my time. Just a waste of my time.
Order filled.
Yeah, of course. I'm chasing the trade now. So pick me up there. Russell, are you going to actually move or not? Are you going to just sit around and just not do anything? It is lunchtime, so I shouldn't expect much from this trades. So I probably should be pulling on a pullback a little bit less or there. Now it's just waiting and being patient. I'm looking to sell that CL trade there up around 78.12. So that would be a sell, and I would like to see a reaction right away. I can't break 1,000 today. I'm having a hard time breaking 1,000. It's because I'm just doing dumb trades here and there. The index is having a hard time breaking the RDA at 916. So if the index breaks 916, then it's on. But it's having a hard time breaking the RDA. So, you know, that 916 level on the index is where it's having a hard time. So it breaks 917, it's probably going to go up. Of course, pulling back. I'm going to be a buyer down here. I'll be a buyer right here. It's a little aggressive there. So buyer right here.
Order filled. Order filled.
I didn't. Got picked up on the CL trade. So let's see up here. We do expect a reaction there. 2 lots on the CL. It's a little bit aggressive there on where that CL trade is. So really my level is up here. So I need to watch that trade pretty closely to make sure it doesn't go against me too much. Or it reacts and I just take profit as it reacts. It's right on the bubble there. Yeah, it's right on the bubble there. So I want to see if CL comes down to 77.97, that's kind of where I would take some profit. So I'd take some profit here. I'll trail stops here just in case it does rip up. I want to be out of it. A little bit of a loss. So now I'm starting to feel my trading a little bit. I'm starting to trade how I trade. Maybe the coffee helped. So I think the coffee helped. Put this down to 79.98.
Stop filled.
What did I get stopped out of? Got stopped out of the Russell. All right. This NQ trade is just not behaving. So it's still, you know, looks like it's going to sell off deeper. So I almost need to get out of it. But it's at a momentum area. So it's either going to use this momentum area to rip up or it's going to go down to the next level, which is right around the 913.
Order filled.
Yeah. So right around the 913. So it's either going to use this level up here. Nope. It's going to continue to sell off.
Order filled.
Don't want to play with that trade anymore. Okay. I should still be a buyer there, but not yet. I guess we go back
Order
to the
filled.
REA. What did I get filled on there? All right, I got knocked out. All right, took profit on the CL trade. So I did take profit there. Now I've got a trailing stop on that. So that CL trade did work out at least. Did take some profit there. The NQ trade, I want to be a buyer here. I just don't know where exactly I want to be a buyer yet. That's the problem. So I do want to be a buyer. I just don't know where, and I don't want to get in the trade late. So if we do look at the NQ chart, you know, where I probably would want to be a buyer is probably right around 19,900, maybe 899. If I get picked up there, if it goes down there. So CL's hitting a reaction zone at 77.98. So it might react and take me out here. Otherwise, the next reaction zone is around 77.90. That's where I'd probably get
Order
out
filled.
and maybe reverse. So I'm trying to short the NQ. I know I said I want to be a buyer, but I think it's going to go down lower before it goes up. But we'll see here. So I'm not going to give it a lot of room here. And I'm only doing one lot. So I better react right here around 92150. Meaning that I don't want to see a close above 92150. But I'm fading momentum and bias here. So this is a fade trade. So, you know. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm going to get knocked out.
Stop filled.
Yeah, shouldn't be fading. Shouldn't have been fading that area. Stupid area to fade. Yeah, I'm not making any progress today. Just doing stupid trades. Well, not all of them are stupid, but you know, it's probably still going to sell off. That's the thing. It's just I'm not scaling in. Usually I'm scaling in and trading with conviction in one direction. I'm not scaling in at all. I'm just kind of like picking a few spots here and there. Usually I'm scaling in and I'm trading with conviction. So that's the difference in my trading today, is that you don't see me scaling in much. You don't see me trading with conviction much, just because I'm just not in the right mindset to do it. Maybe I should have been a buyer there, because that actually did hold that momentum move there. So, but we are in lunchtime. So I'm also factoring that in. But it does appear, if we look at the daily, we look at the hour, we look at everything, it does appear that the buyers are trying to get to, like I said, where they would really like to get to test on the NQ. They're really going for that 12,019 level to 12,008 is really where they'd like to get to. That's what they're trying to get to on the upside. The downside, like I said, downside is probably irrelevant now based on the price action we're seeing. So I would like to see the CL lose in 77.98 and then go down to 77.91, or maybe even lower, to get a little bit more profit on that trade. I can remove these two. These two can be removed because they're invalid now. But the 77.94 is a retest of the OR low. Yeah, see, I should have been a buyer down there on the NQ. I just don't have conviction to be a buyer yet. But everything's saying on the NQ chart to be a buyer. It's just not committing right away.
Order filled.
So I'll just be a buyer initially and either take a loss on this trade again. But there we go. So CL is starting to go down, starting to hit that range that we want to see. It did hit that level. So I almost should get out of that trade just to maximize profit, but I'll give it a little bit more room to see if it wants to go up or go down. Maybe it wants to hit 77.80 and then bounce. So I'll give it a little bit of room, but to maximize profit, I should have took on that bounce. I should have took profit. So that's this chart. Chart 2 here is the chart where maybe it's going to get to 77.86, maybe 77.80. Then I probably should get out of that trade, because that's where it's probably going to turn. I mean, it might turn around 77.71 too if it gets down there, but the 77.80 is probably where it's going to turn. So if it gets down there, I probably should get out just to maximize my profit. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, you don't recognize it's a choppy day. You know, you recognize it a little late sometimes. You know, and then add on top of that having maybe like a where your thinking's a little off. You know, then it becomes even more frustrating to trade a day like today. Because your mind's not exactly as as sharp as you typically are. So it's like, okay, and then you get into a day where it's a frustrating trading day. I mean, every day, there's no easy trading day. I mean, there are days where it does feel easier, but that's because your system is aligned with the market, like perfectly. But then there's days where it's choppy, like today, where the system still aligns, but it's still hard to read. It's still, because by the time that you realize that it's a choppy day, you're halfway in the day, and hopefully you haven't made a series of bad trades. But you're kind of, my P&L is representative of the day of me not trading it properly. because I failed to break 1,000. Plus, I'm not trading. Like I said, I'm not scaling in. Usually, I'm scaling in and I'm trading with conviction. But you haven't seen me scale
Stop
into
filled.
any trades here. I haven't scaled into. I've only scaled into a few trades, just the ones that I have ultimate conviction on. But like, so I'm not even really trading my full style now. I'm just doing these one lot small positions. Maybe this is illustrative. Maybe this is helpful for people. I don't know. I mean, I'm trading, so it's not like I'm trading what I would be trading even if I wasn't streaming. So this is not me doing special trading or anything like that. This is what I would be doing. So I'm not trading a style because I'm streaming. I'd be trading the same way. So I'd have the same P&L today as I do if I wasn't streaming, because I'm finally trading my style streaming, which it feels good. Hopefully for people that are watching, you're getting enough value, or it's worthwhile, because otherwise then I will stop streaming if it's not worthwhile. I know it can be confusing, especially for a new trader. You see 4 different symbols up there and you're not seeing the actual charts that I'm trading off of, but I did that because it's the only way I can trade this and not ruin, or not, only way I can trade and do it effectively where I don't feel like I'm wasting my time in streaming. If I feel like I'm wasting my time streaming, then I'm not going to stream, just because it hurts my P&L. So my nephew trades, if he does trade in the afternoon here, he'll be just trading one chart. Maybe I'll wake him up here and see if he trades the afternoon so we can see what he does. Would it be helpful? Would you guys like to see my nephew trade this afternoon? Leave a comment in Discord. Should I wake him up? I mean, I can force him to trade the afternoon. Great vid. Oh. Thanks, AZJ. So I know that the videos that I've done. Oh, so he shouldn't trade? Okay, Mr. Edge doesn't like you. Tony, Mr. Edge doesn't like you. He don't want you to trade. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think so too. I think it'd be helpful to see him trade. I want to see how he's doing. I had to go to my disconnect appointment yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to see how he was doing. So
order filled.
I'm gonna go long here.
Order filled.
We're fitting to go long. Batten the hatches. I don't know submarine talk. Button the hatches. What is it? I don't know. Something like that. I haven't watched enough submarine movies. The Hunt for the Red October is one of the best movies. I mean, it's really a great movie. He's up. He's just chilling. I mean, if he's got the laptop. So yeah, I think what we'll do is I'll cut the stream here for me trading here in a little bit, and then he'll start the 1 o'clock session, 1:15, and trade the afternoon.
Order filled.
See how he does. See if the session trades, and see if the session might change attitude in the afternoon. So that's the other thing. It might, that's the one thing that does happen. There is that mantra that traders make money in the morning and then they give it up in the afternoon. That's because the sessions, the emotion of the market changes sometimes in the afternoon. So that is a real, I've noticed that's a real thing. We'll see if we're gonna, we're probably gonna get knocked out of these longs that I'm in here in the NQ, because it's like on the bubble right here. So I almost should just get out here, but I'm gonna give it a little bit of room to maybe move. But if it gets to break even, I'm just gonna get out. So I'm not gonna let it go too much against me. It needs a move right here, literally. Literally needs a move right here. Yeah, you know what? It's kind of frustrating day to trade.
Order filled.
So I'm with you. I mean, you can just look at my P&L. and then I'm not trading my style, or I'm not trading my usual conviction. So, that's the other thing. Where am I at in other charts? Well, we do have the 50% OR on GC that we could trade against. So that is right around 1841. So we could do a short there for a quick reaction. And then obviously we've got this level down below. So we've got this level at 900 that if the NQ gets to, we'll look to get in around 899 for initial pre if it does sell off down to there. But it's just a frustrating day to trade. You got to trade the extremes. You can't chase any trade. Sometimes you can chase the trades a little bit, but today, it's been a frustrating day because by the time you get that signal that it's moving in that direction, you should have been opposite of that signal, right? So like up here, when you see it breaking, like up here on when you see it on this green candle on the 5-minute here on 40, well, you got just a little bit of room to the opening range high, and then you should have sold it right there. But look at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These six red candles are all within this one green candle bar. I mean, it's kind of, well, these two. So, that's 30 minutes or so of us being inside one bar or one or two bars. So that's when you look at it, when you take it from a perspective like that, then you understand what's kind of happening. Like it's literal range trading, where basically what you should be doing is calling a bluff on the downside and calling a bluff on the upside. But the problem is you don't know exactly where that bluff is to be called. And if you're late, you're just churning your account, kind of like I've been doing. I was up to $1,000, and then I've just been churning my account by just being a little bit late into the trades and then putting my stops too tight. So the trades that I made money on here are the trades where basically I've stuck with them a little bit long, meaning that I've given them room to work out. The trades that haven't been going good for me are the trades that I put my stops too tight, and then I get knocked out of my stops, and I'm losing like $60 or $50 here, So, the trades that have worked out for me today are the ones that I'm giving them room to work out, and I'm giving them time to work out. I'm trading around a reaction zone. Those are the trades that have worked out for me today. But, I'm not, so I don't see enough of those entries for me to trade that confidently. So, or I'm just not in the right state of mind. That's the other thing. But that's the other philosophy I have. I know some traders say I'm going to make my $1,000 and I'm going to be done for the morning. I don't like to put a limitation on my trades. I like to trade and see what the market gives me, see what the market allows me to pull from the market. Hopefully, I mean, I have green days because of my system. I know it sounds odd because most people say, well, I have green days because my system is always in trade both sides of the market. It's agnostic to it going up or down. So why do I have green days? Because there is very seldom a day I can't trade myself out of a red day. Like, I'm still going to have a green day today, probably. $605. I mean, I could stop now and it's a green day. And I'm not doing that as a badge, but I'm just saying that my system is an agnostic system to the market, meaning that it's an always in system, and I know where the next trade on the downside and the upside is at a probability basis. And then it's up to the human meathead here to actually trade it accordingly and not get too aggressive, not get emotional. So like the trades that you see on GC, those are the two highest probability trades that I should be taking right now. Those two trades. Now, if I get picked up on GC here on this 50% OR check, I need to give it at least 2 to 5 minutes to work out. But what I haven't been doing today is I haven't been giving it the 2 to 5 minutes to work out. I really should give it the next candle on the 5-minute to work out, but I haven't been doing that. I've been, you know, a little skittish. So, you know, that's why I don't have red days, because basically the system, it's agnostic to it going up or down, meaning that what I teach and the way I think you should think about the market is you should always know what your next trade is on the sell side, and you should know what your next trade is on the buy side. The highest probability trade. So I don't care what system you're trading, okay? I don't care if you're trading my system or trading something else. Maybe you're just using the VWAP, or maybe you're just using the 20 simple moving average. You should always know what the next trade is on the upside to sell and the next trade is on the downside to buy. Those should be high probability trades, meaning those are your highest. Okay, now we're starting to see some movement here. Did news hit? I don't know if news hit or not, but we are starting to see some movement. So we did get picked up on, but we did see some spikes there. So let me shut up and let me pay attention to the charts. So that GC trade is a little bit, it needs to react right away. Otherwise, I need to get out of that because it might spike. So there we go. That impulse move, I should have been long.
Filled.
I should have been long there on the NQ because it broke through the OR high. So now our next trade is right around, our next trade on the NQ is right around 1206. I should have been long. Remember I said the chart was screaming at me be long. This GC trade is yeah.
Stop filled.
I was knocked out of that GC trade. Yeah. Volatility really picked up here. I should have been long there on that NQ. All right. Wow. Did news hit?
Order filled.
Did some kind of news hit that we don't know about? Just seems like it just started spiking. Maybe it just decided it wanted to break the OR high. I just did this quick fade on that. So I'll give it a little bit of room, but not much room. So
order filled. Stop filled.
There we go. Wrote it up. Let's see if I can get a little bit there.
Order filled.
All right, got knocked out or took some profit there. I'm just going to focus now. I need to just focus. The GC trade is up here now. That's the GC trade up here. And then I need to see if I can fade this move here on the NQ and then fade this move on the Russell. Can I fade this move on the Russell? That's the question. I think this is a fade on the Russell. I'm going to do a fade.
Order filled.
Do a fade on the Russell. We're going to fade you. See if you stop right there. I think you're going to stop right there, son. All right. You can do it. Yeah, I wish I was a buyer there when I said I should be a buyer. We got our first counter signal there. That's the RDA check. So I'm going to trade this RDA check here on the NQ. I'm going to trade the RDA check. I have to trade it. The system says trade it. I better trade it. Going to get out of the ruddy on those positions. Just going to keep the 1 in there. See if I can ride that 1 down. That's a RDA check. So, you know, there is another opportunity here to ride it up for the double tap on the NQ, but we don't want to get too aggressive. So we want to see a double tap probably around 975, and then we would sell 975 on the NQ. Russell's doing good as far as the sell-off. I should have been a little bit heavier there. Yeah, as soon as there's no trades, then the market started going crazy here. So, yeah. So I should have took that sell on the NQ there because that was a RDA check, but I'm looking for a double tap of that. So but I'm looking to go short, so I'm looking for an overshoot on chart 2 on NQ. So members, NQ chart 2, I'm looking for an overshoot of the RDA to go long, back up to the double tap of the RDA on chart 3, the golden time frame. So that's what I'm trading on the NQ. So NQ chart C2 is control at RDA, long to double tap RDA on C3. Members trading the NQ or the MNQ, that's what I'm looking at. So we don't want to be too aggressive yet. I'm going to try to get above 1,000. I mean, I'm not trying to get to a number, but I would just like to end the day above 1,000. Market, if you allow me to, I would be happy to end the day above 1,000. So market gods, if you're listening, you know, it would be nice if you'd let me break 1,000 for the day. It would make me at least feel like I'm a worthy trader. Market gods. Hey, want to get up and trade the afternoon, or you want to sleep? You want to trade the afternoon, or you want to sleep? I don't care either way if you're up to it. Did you stay up late? I'm still streaming.
Stop field.
Yeah.
Or are you just tired?
No,
Or did I just, or is the trade system just wearing you out?
no.
The rest of the trade system's wearing you out. That's what it is.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to learn as much as I can.
Yeah, I know.
There's just a lot of stuff. I just kind of get lost, and then I just keep going.
I know. It can go down a rabbit hole. It's that knowledge. Gotta have knowledge. I'm just here in my garage. Just here in my garage, and you see my Lamborghini. That's not what I care about. It's the books. That's what matters.
And I absolutely love trading.
No, I know. I know. It's a lot to consume. Yeah, I'm looking for the double tap on that NQ. I'm just here in my garage, and I know that, you know, you see the Lamborghini. But that's not what I care about. I care about this books. Knowledge. I'll tell a story if people want to hear a story about someone you might know. Does anybody want to hear a story about someone you want to know while we're trading? If I get comments, it's someone that owns restaurants that you probably would know. So if in Discord or anything, I can tell a quick story while we're trading. I'm not going to still trade, so I might interrupt the story. So it is about someone that started a barbecue restaurant that you probably heard of. But if people in the chat say, yeah, go ahead, tell the story. One thing that we are looking at is that the weekly open is still far away for the Nasdaq. The NQ weekly open is right around 12K. So, yeah. So, have anybody heard of Famous Dave's? That barbecue restaurant in the United States? I know it has other places. So, we're gonna get picked up here on the NQ at this level check. So that's what we're looking for, around 934. So a couple years ago, I met a guy that what he does is he was back in my business consulting days, where I was kind of a strategic business consultant. He gets hired by Disney and other places like Disney to create experience restaurants. And he introduced me to Famous Dave. So the dude that owns Famous Dave's, he's a Native American famous, and so I got introduced to Famous Dave, and he's like, "You want to come over, to hang out for a little bit?" I was like, "Yeah, cool." So me and my kind of associate went over to Famous Dave's house. And Famous Dave's house is this dude. I've never met someone that loves barbecue. Because Famous Dave it's a barbecue restaurant. Now, what people don't know is that basically, I don't think I'm sharing anything private. No. So Famous Dave, what he did is that when it became public, they basically had the rights to still use his name and his face and his likeness. And he started the restaurant, I believe, in Wisconsin. Because he invited me one day. I kind of stayed the night, and we went over to his original restaurant in Wisconsin. So he started, I think, the original restaurant in Wisconsin. But he lived in Minnesota. And so he said, hey, you want to come over? Just kind of, because he was in a position where basically he had a no compete. He couldn't, he loves barbecue. Famous Dave, I've never met someone that, and I'll share a little bit. This is where the garage story reminds me of that dude that, says, I have this car in the garage, but what I really care about is the books. Still looking to get picked up on the NQ here. We're not in any trades here. So anyways, Famous Dave invites me over. In his basement, he has a full basketball court. I mean, like a full basketball court. Because obviously he started Famous Days. He made some money. But what was amazing is, number one, he was in a non-compete. So he couldn't start another barbecue restaurant. But the guy loves barbecue. He would travel the world and he would visit every barbecue restaurant in the city he was in. And he showed me notebooks of his notes. He said, oh yeah, I was in Antigua once and I saw this barbecue and I liked the way their faucets were. And he's like, look, here's a drawing of their faucets. And my next restaurant I open, I'm going to have those exact faucets. And then in his garage and other places, he had every barbecue sauce that ever existed. Whatever, he just loved barbecue. It was just, like I said, it was just amazing just to be around him and just to hang out with him for a couple days and just to see someone that's passionate about, whenever you meet, I'm passionate about trading. So I'm the same way. I'm obsessive about trading the same way that he's obsessive about barbecue sauce. So, he had a big house. Every room in the house had something to do with barbecue. And there was barbecue bottles. Like, most of them weren't open. None of them were open. But they were literally in every area of the house. And then he had, like I said, no joke, he was in a non-compete because he couldn't start another barbecue restaurant until his non-compete came up with Famous Dave's, because he sold his name when it went public. And he was just planning his return of his new barbecue restaurant that he was going to open. But the amount of obsessiveness, you might say it's not healthy, but if you're into something, you're into something. But the amount of dedication and attention to detail he had, he also, he said, hey, I'm working on a new barbecue recipe. Would you mind giving me your thoughts? I'm like, yeah, of course. Of course. Why wouldn't I? I love barbecue. So, he's got 2 kitchens in his house where he's just testing new recipes. So, we hung out for a little bit, had barbecue, gave our honest feedback. Meanwhile, he's going through these notebooks and notes of him traveling the world, saying, oh yeah, the chairs in this one restaurant in Atlanta, those chairs were awesome. I'm going to see if I can duplicate those chairs. It was just, like I said, I was fascinated. He's a great guy to hang out with. Just a great guy. We didn't end up doing any real business together other than just hanging out for a couple days here and there. I did help him with some online marketing stuff, but beyond that, we didn't do much more than just hang out probably for about 5 or 10 days here. So it was just a great experience meeting someone that's so unique in the world, someone that has had success, but then someone that's passionate about something else, and then seeing their drive, and seeing kind of how they behave. It's just, like I said, one of the best business experiences I've had in my life. Was hanging out with him for 5 or 6 days here, going to see the original restaurant. So he invited me to go see the original restaurant in Wisconsin. We spent a night there. Just a great guy. So, but why remember that dude that came up, that guy that was doing internet marketing, whatever, Ty is his name? He says, you got my Lamborghini in the garage, but I don't care about that. What I care about is these books because of knowledge. Well, whenever I hear that or say that, I think back to Famous Dave, and in his garage, he didn't have books. He had barbecue sauce on all the walls in his garage. So, that's just an image that I remember. I think I want to short this NQ here. So we're going to short it down to the lower level. See if we get picked up here. It does look like it's going to be a failure there.
Order filled.
I'm not going to give it much room. So we're looking to fail down to 11,930. and then be a buyer around 11,930. Hopefully it doesn't rip around. It is at an RDA check on chart 2, so we are.
Order filled.
Yep. Should have been a buyer.
Stop filled.
Well, son of a gun.
That's what I just did.
Did you buy that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're following the system, and I'm trading against the system like an idiot.
Yeah, I looked at all 3 charts and said,
Order filled.
No, I should have been a buyer. You're right. You're right. So you're right to buy that, and I was wrong to sell that like an idiot.
I thought about selling it too, though.
No, it was right to be a buyer, but like an idiot. Now I'm down to 390. I'm probably going to end the day red today.
Are you streaming?
Yeah. You're going to stream. I mean, if you're down to stream, I'll get off, and then we'll set you up for.
Yeah, no, I'm down.
Okay.
Are you streaming on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm streaming on everything. Well,
I see it on here.
should be. I'm there.
Okay, now I see it.
I'm this one of my second worst days. I'm still going to end it green, I think, but my second worst days because I've been up maybe 1,000, and then I just been playing around between the 600 and 1,000 number, just doing stupid trade. I mean, like there I should have been a buyer, but no. What did I do? I sold right at the reaction zone, like a dumb, like a day one trader, selling right at the reaction zone, or yeah, selling right at the reaction zone where it's going to react up. Part of it is my head is still recovering from treatment. So I'll see how this trade works out, and then I'll get off, and then nephew will stream the afternoon. We'll see how he's doing. See how he trades. And then I'll still be trading off to the side, so I'll share my P&L. I do hope to break 1,000 today. It would be really nice but I'll take 390. I'll take whatever the market allows me to pull from the market. So whatever the market allows me to pull from the market, that's what I'll take. If a market tells me today needs to be a losing day, then that's what I'll take. But I'd prefer to have a green day today. There we go.
Order filled.
Now, hopefully this doesn't pull back deeper. So I don't really want to be a buyer down to 950, but I will be based on the chart 2. But I really don't want to be a buyer down there, because I just don't have the patience for it today. But that's what the chart tells me I should be doing.
Chart 3 looks like a RDA test.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't know if anybody enjoyed that story about Famous Dave's.
I did.
So, great guy. I think he's still kicking. I actually should give him a call and see how he's doing. Just say, hey, you know, because I think he did open his new restaurant up, his new barbecue restaurant up. So, I'd be interested to see how that's going. Yeah, I can share some other stories from my business days. Maybe unique people that I met, probably people you would know. I used to, just so people know, I used to run a real estate company too. In my area, I was the second biggest property management company in the state. So, yeah, I don't know how you can be that, but I'm that obsessed about trading. I mean, you know, for like 3 years straight, it was all I thought about when I wanted to become an elite trader. Like, and even now, it consumes my thoughts, right? So, but it's more healthy now than it was when I started. But when it started, I mean, I looked like a mad scientist. I was printing out charts every day. I had a laser printer. I went through so much toner on a laser printer, printing out basically charts and marking them up. I printed out all 4 markets. I printed out all four of these tickers and Forex. I printed out those charts, and I would sit down with the charts, and then I would mark them up in my system. And then I would go over and say, okay, this is when I was starting to develop my system. I was like, okay, well, the RDA doesn't, I was trying to figure out the RDA. I remember this one time. I was trying to figure out what numbers I need to have for the RDA. And I had 4. I had 4 numbers instead of 6 in the RDA. And I realized that, okay, the RDA was doing okay, but then there was times where it wasn't doing okay. And I said, okay, I think I need to add 2 more numbers and then use that as an average. And then I did that, and then for like 3 weeks straight, like it was amazing. Like it almost like the heavens opened up and like it just started working. And then every chart that I printed out in Forex, in crypto, in futures, and even in my equity swing trades, I was like, this RDA thing is working. Like, why does this work? And I don't really ask why. I'm like, okay, but on all the charts that I'm marking up and printing out every day, this RDA is telling me to be long or short. I'm like, wow, okay, I think I discovered something here. But then, I went on another month of still printing out charts, marking it up, putting my notes. So yeah, there was a time where I looked like a mad scientist for a while, an obsessive. And if you get into my training, you're not only getting my system, but you're getting how to look at the market in a really unique way. Because I've read over 200, 300 trading books. I've bought probably about 20 to 40 different trading systems out there, from options to Alton. One of the ones that really did help me in Forex was the Anton. Is his name Anton? What is his name? Anton. I can't remember his name, but it was so cerebral with Forex. He was like teaching you how to trade Forex as a bank, but I actually got the most out of that. There's some trainings that I didn't get anything out of and I thought were complete garbage. So when I created my training, I said, okay, I don't want my training to ever have any garbage in it. If it's in there, I want my training to be, if there's, so for instance, my support and resistance training covers support and resistance. But then I say, okay, here's how to look at support and resistance at an advanced level. Because support and resistance alone, like there's someone that's having problems right now that's DM me that's trading with trend lines. And I said bluntly, look, trend lines do not give you enough edge. So I see trend lines, but trend lines don't give you enough edge. They are basic trader metrics that don't give you enough edge. You need to add another component. I'm going to break $1,000 today. Sweet. We're balling. So like I said, so I don't believe that trend lines give you enough edge as a trader. You have to have another component to add to trend lines to give you an edge. So that's what I shared with him, honestly, and up front in the DM. I said, look, I don't believe that just trend lines alone. I mean, maybe you have other things in your system, but I don't believe trend lines alone, you have enough edge. So you're trading with something that doesn't give you enough edge. So you need to find ways to add more edge if you want to use trend lines. But even when I teach trend lines in a little bit different way than it's taught in other training and other books, because I'm teaching it how I think it really works in the market, not some theory and regurgitation of like how it should work. No, this is how I see it work every day because I trade the markets every day. And I trade options, I trade futures, I trade Forex, I trade crypto. Oh, I should check on my crypto trade. Maybe we're down. Oh, look at that. We're balling. $9. Dude, I can buy you a beer later. Sweet. Just can't be one of those expensive IPA beers. So I can buy you a beer later with my crypto money. I'm balling. So all we had to do is wait for that trade. We're going to put our stop loss at 0.2960 right at our entry point. Got enough money to buy you a beer. Sweet. Just one beer though. So you got to be a cheap drunk. Okay, we are approaching our sell zone. The best sell zone is 049 on the NQ. It's been adjusted. And the best sell zone is 049 on the NQ. I did take some profit in one lot. Let me make sure I'm not in anything I don't want to be in on. So I'm going to exit out of the GC. The GC is holding up. The Ruddy, almost want to sell a Ruddy around here, but I think the Ruddy, the RTY, I think we'll sell it around 1904, 1905. Let's see if it gets up there. And I think I will break 1,000. Then I'll cut the stream. I'll let my nephew trade, see how he's doing. Everybody, if you're watching, join Discord down below. And then he's going to be streaming here in a second. So it's going to be a new stream because I'm going to have to set things up, and I just don't want to set things up and stream during setting it up. So there will be a new stream. I do apologize. You have to revisit the new stream, but follow Discord or anything else on my account. But looks like I'm going to break 1,000 today. And I've got enough on the crypto trade here maybe to buy my nephew a beer later. So that trade did seem like it's going to work out. I probably want to move this up a little bit. So I'll do it later. I won't do it now. So I'm gonna stop the stream. Join us here in the next 10 to 15 minutes for a continuation of my nephew trading. And let's see how he does. So hopefully everybody will join, or actually everybody join us there and see how he does. All right. See you guys in a few minutes.